Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, you had a great lunch. I'm Steven, joined by now Amelia. Amelia, it's good to have you on the stream.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I've commentated some of the previous years, so I'm excited to kind of see what the teams are doing this year and get updated on where everyone is at.
Yeah, it's been really fun this year. I feel like everyone has just leveled up from years previously. All
Truly,
the whole
yeah.
the floor of experience and expertise has just increased dramatically. We are seeing
Yeah.
sentries that are moving and shooting and locking on. We are seeing infantries that are moving very fast. We are seeing heroes land shots incredibly consistently as well. So
Yeah, there's been
everyone
some
really.
really great heroes. I think one of the biggest things to me that stands out is just the consistency level across all the teams. Like in the
Yeah.
previous years, we've had a couple teams do really well. We've had a lot of newer teams that maybe haven't done so well throughout the competition. This year, we have a lot more, I'd say, kind of equally matched teams. So we're getting a
Mhm.
lot more interesting matches. I'm really excited to see kind of how this pans out because I haven't really gone into a year of this competition without having like a favorite in mind that seems rather obvious.
Yeah.
Where this year it's pretty open in my mind. I'm excited to see.
I think there are a lot of strong teams that could definitely take it. Our next match is going to be Team Roboto from Polytechnico di Torino versus our host team, the Boilerbots from Purdue University.
Yep.
Really excited to see these two teams. Team Roboto obviously giving us very electric matches, and in the chat I can already see the support for them. Ciao Pierre, I guess that's one of the engineers or the pilots. Pierre, if you're on there, you're getting some fans in chat as well. Roboto always bringing the energy, bringing the hype.
Yes.
Very fun team to be around in general.
Their robots also always are so exciting. Especially in comparison to a lot of the other teams, they take a lot of risks in their engineering choices, and it makes it really exciting.
Yeah.
Like if you've watched previous years of their competition, they've done balancing standards, for example.
That's true.
Which is where the robot has to be able to move and shoot and do all of that just on a two-wheel base, where the robots that we're seeing today and throughout this competition, all of them, as far as I'm aware, are the four-wheel base right now. But taking those risks like that are something that, at least in my mind, this team has become known for. So it's always exciting to come in and see what new engineering they've come up with.
Well, and it's a bit, I think, relieving for Team Roboto to see when those risks finally pay off. Because in the
Yes.
past, they've taken some risks and they've done well, but they just haven't been able to get to that next step. They haven't been able to break through out of the group stage, really. But this year, they're primed. I mean, there's a lot of that could go on still. Group C, it's full of a very deep competition. You've got a Team Ascension, Air UW, Roboto, Boilerbots, and the Ridgebots. So it's not going to be easy for them to get out, but
No.
they still stand a chance.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we get to see them go further because, as you said, like they have had a lot of innovations. However, in previous years, they've struggled to have those innovations translate to a high level in the matches themselves. But this year, so far, they've been doing quite well in terms of how their robots are actually performing. So I'm really excited to see what they can do this year.
Love to see the Italian flag waving in the bleachers. The support for this team is probably unmatched, or maybe only matched by a few other teams. You can see here their robots looking very clean, very nice. I like the monochrome color palette here that they've gone for, as well as the use of carbon fiber to decrease the weight of those robots, making them very fast, very nimble indeed.
Yes, and their hero is one of the best looking robots to me. I saw it and I really enjoy the styling of it. I'm excited to kind of see how it compares to some of the other heroes we've seen, because in the past couple of matches, we've had some really advanced heroes that have been taking quite a lot of shots, having a lot of hits, and having big impact in these matches. Previous years, the way the rules were set up, we didn't necessarily see heroes always being that difference maker, but with the rules set up this year, we're seeing those heroes becoming a really big part of gameplay.
Yeah, definitely very involved in this new meta that we have seen, the hero being one of the most impactful robots. We've already seen it get a couple of MVPs in some of the previous matches this morning. You can see here the Team Roboto loading up their robots, getting those robots online, turned on, and filled up with those projectiles, those 42 millimeters for the hero, those 17 millimeters for the infantry. You can see here that infantry as well. I like how compact they are too. We've seen some
Yes.
of the teams utilize the high ground. I haven't seen very many teams use the little tunnel behind that little that island down at the bottom of the map. So hopefully we'll see a little bit more of that moving forward into the competition, a little bit more variety, but really interesting to see just the variety of designs in these teams. You can see here now the full Roboto lineup all ready to go. That LiDAR system on top of their Sentry, indicating that it is going to be searching autonomously for its opponents as well.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with this competition, the Sentry robot, which we are currently watching right now, this is the Purdue Sentry. They will have that specific sticker on their armor plates. They are fully autonomous robots, which means there's no pilots driving them. Everything they're doing in the matches is purely based off of programming and mechanical engineering that these teams have done. So a lot of them are using these LiDAR sensors to be able to determine where they are on the field. And then from there, they're able to move around and then also aim and fire, hopefully only at enemy robots. However, we have seen some teams accidentally fire at themselves as well.
We've seen a few oopsies in our history, a few little friendly fires. I think we already had one this tournament as well. But you know what? It's part of the fun of this competition.
Truly.
Working out the kinks of the robots, getting those figured out. I will say, I am a little concerned. Purdue only fielding a Sentry and an Infantry. There is no hero that they have put out. So that will be a little bit of a disadvantage for them heading into this match. Purdue only fielding 2 robots, Polito fielding 3.
Yes, I will say, I personally am a little bit scared about how many wires I can see currently.
It is a
on the
very
outside
exposed design.
of the Purdue. Yeah, because as you can imagine, when you're having flying projectiles coming at your robot, you usually want to cover up all those important things. I know personally in my time at UW, we did have a couple times where we managed to kill shot our robots by hitting the power button on them with projectiles. So it's always good to have that like protection built in around all those critical systems. So seeing some of these wires out and about makes me personally a little bit worried.
Yeah, I remember those early years. I think one of my first memories actually, or my first instance of meeting you, you were holed up against a wall holding an inflatable shark.
Oh yes, the shark. I'm pretty sure the shark has made a return here this year. That shark has been going for a long time now.
That is a very old shark. I have not seen it yet, so maybe we'll see it later on when UW plays again.
Yes.
But we're going to go ahead and get into round 1 of this best of 2 matchup between Polito and Purdue. All right, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, bring on the bots.
All right, we have a bit of a slow start overall. However, we are seeing that Polito Sentry immediately start running out. They've got their standard out in the middle, already taking those victory points off of Purdue.
Yeah, all 3 robots from Polito taking control of the map early on. Purdue trying to find some strategy on the high ground, but they are not. Actually, I take that back. They are able to fire back at that infantry for Polito. That little barricade right there doing some work, helping them be protected.
Oh, I wouldn't say very protected, though. As we've just seen, they've unfortunately suffered the first blood of the match.
Not enough protection indeed. Roboto definitely getting some early aggression, getting that early kill, taking control of this match early on. The hero taking some very defensive posture behind that low barricade there. The Sentry, meanwhile, patrolling the middle and only sitting there. It is doing a great job. Look at it. It's hitting the edge, the very edge of that little square, staying right on it, keeping control, making sure those victory points tick down for Purdue.
Yes, so if you are new to watching this stream, for a team to win, they need to have their robots in that green square. When they are in that green square, they lose some victory points. And I've just seen one of those Polito robots has had some part of its robot fall off onto the field.
Yeah, that looks like a little bumper, maybe something to protect the wheels from banging up against the walls, so hopefully not a critical component. They're still moving, they're still firing fine, so it looks like it's not too critical. Purdue now trying to take some shots on the Sentry for Polito. Polito, Sentry, and the infantry firing back. It's a 2v1 situation right now. Purdue needs to be able to push them off of that point if they are want to stay in this match.
So some of the most effective matches I've seen is when these teams are able to get a Sentry or just take one of their robots and absolutely park it in the center. I've been talking with some other people about this. This game is purely offensive. Your best defense is offense. So I really want to see Purdue take a push. I want to see them be able to get their robots out there.
Yeah, and right now, only the infantry being mobile for Purdue. The Sentry stuck in the base. It has not moved. It has not contributed at all to this match. So this is not a 2v3. This is a 1v3 for Purdue. Unfortunately, it seems like Roboto has this one well under control. The Sentry locking on, the infantry launching projectiles, as well as the hero from downtown launching projectiles all the way across the high ground, trying to just poke out that Purdue infantry.
Right, and unfortunately we're not seeing that Purdue sentry moving at all, although it does contribute some of the health points. In this version of the game, it isn't actually doing anything unless it's able to get out there and help out with its team.
Yeah, a major volley just missed there, but now here comes the Roboto infantry hunting that Purdue standard, trying to push him back. They are going to be very dangerous here. Now the sentry for Roboto moving as well, changing its position. This may be a tactical decision to try to get a new dynamic position on the Purdue robots, and quickly an elimination for Roboto. They have this one well under control. This first round, it's going to go Roboto.
All right, that was a very interesting match to watch.
Very, very impressive win from Roboto. I'm seeing the chat here going crazy. Guarda Fabio comes spinning. Love to see the support for Team Roboto from Polytechnico di Torino. Such an energetic crew there, and really strong performance as well. We saw that one little part fall off. You can see it there sitting on the ground. But I think that's just a little bumper, maybe a wheel cover or something. So nothing too critical. For Purdue, really want to see more robots be active and engaged in this one. You can see here, 1,000 damage done on the side of Roboto, only 480 for Purdue, 180 projectiles launched to 270 for Roboto. So very strong win for Roboto. For Purdue, not quite going to do enough, unfortunately. Our host team, the host curse, lives on, unfortunately.
Yeah, so I think it'll be interesting to see what Purdue changes for the strategy in this next match, especially with just this standard. Unless they're able to get their sentry moving, I think they're going to have to play a lot more aggressively to have a chance at winning the next match.
Yeah, and you can see here the round MVP for this one is the hero for Roboto. Great job launching those projectiles all the way across the field with relative accuracy. They were playing a more defensive, tactical stance, I feel like. It wasn't the aggressive hero that we've seen sometimes implemented by teams like UBC, by teams like Virginia Tech, that have these really fast, really aggressive heroes. This one was a little bit more defensive, but we've seen that strategy as well with other teams like the Thornbots, with that really tall hero that just parks up behind the short wall. So, different strategies, different robot designs, they can play very differently.
But very importantly, though, is even when they are being defensive and using the barriers as protection, they still have a robot out there gaining them the victory points. If you don't have that robot out there, you're not on track to getting the points to win. So even if you're trying to take this more cautioned approach to how you're playing the game, it really is important to still, in a way, sacrifice one of your robots to be out there. You got to be out there. You can't be spending all your time hiding behind walls.
Yeah, for sure. And we've seen that type of strategy be implemented by one of our other teams. I think probably the best example would be Polystar from Polytechnic Montreal. They have a very beefy hero, and they just use it to body block for their infantry, really. It doesn't dish out a whole lot of damage. It just sits there and it gets really in your face, and it's annoying to deal with. Yeah,
for sure. When you have one of those heroes that's just able to kind of be in a kind way a meat guard, it allows you to have some extra room to have for that other robot moving back and forth, being able to buy projectiles, being able to maybe take some of the more out there moves, like going up on the higher ground and getting some shots at the other team from a different angle. Having those extra robots really is that advantage maker in that you're able to kind of play the field slightly differently. You don't have to focus just on having that robot in the center, is you can maybe send one of your other robots to go and help protect your center hold.
Yeah, a very different strategy used by Roboto compared to some of our more aggressive teams. But so far, it's working for them. Now, I would like to see in this second round probably some different strategy implemented, just to show a little bit versatility, show that they can adapt, be more dynamic in their gameplay sense. For Purdue, I just want to see that sentry move a little bit more, or see that infantry apply a little bit more pressure to the Roboto robots.
Yeah, one thing I know it's technically not great, however, one thing I'd love to see is more yellow cards, which obviously getting a yellow card, not great, but I'd love to see some of the gameplay become more aggressive. We've had these teams being very safe in how they're going about playing, so I'm excited as we go through these matches to see teams fighting more directly for these
I would
agree.
Matches. Here you can see Team Roboto again out early onto the center point, capturing the priority. Team Purdue a little slow out of the gate as well. Looks like they are trying to play more defensively this round, not going out and taking risks, not trying to expose those armor panels, trying to get some long shots. But here comes the infantry from Roboto getting a new angle, shooting through the maze. That was a very nice angle found by Team Roboto.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it looks like Purdue's Sentry is still not moving or shooting, which is really unfortunate.
Very unfortunate indeed. Purdue trying to trade back, but Team Roboto looks like they are winning the trade. You can see that overheat symbol and that overpower symbol as well. The Purdue robot now stops spinning because of that overpower issue. Team Roboto just taking them down, and it will be a quick first blood for Team Roboto.
So one of the interesting things is when they're getting those robot kills, they are also gaining those victory points. So both important to have that center capture, but by also having some of your robots being offensive and really going for the other team, you're able to kind of move that buffer down faster.
And we've seen some of the top teams here being able to juggle that pressure, juggle their health bars while maintaining control of that center buff point.
So you see there, the Purdue robot is waiting to kind of revive itself. It has to head back to that safety zone there in order to regain its health.
Yeah, and the Team Roboto infantry taking some shots on the Purdue robots while they are in their resupply zone. Those are just healing right back up. Maybe it's just a little bit of target practice, testing some of their computer vision. We saw their computer vision being active in some of their earlier matches, so maybe they're just stress testing it a little bit, trying to see how it goes. Now it's taking shots over the ramp there at Purdue, landing a lot of them. That is some very impressive accuracy from Team Roboto.
Yeah, so as we see some of these group matches, I think one of the things we see as well is some of these teams who are in safer spots, especially because Polito, with this match, I would be shocked if Purdue was able to pull it back at this point, unfortunately. But because of that, they're able to use this time to really make sure all their systems are running as intended, get some of that extra driver practice. Like every second on the field is helpful for these teams.
Yeah, Freezing Silly in the chat says they are spawn camping. That is probably a very accurate description of what we are seeing right now. Team Roboto in complete control. You can see the hero on the far left corner trying to take some long-range shots. We're getting really close there, almost landing one of those hero 42mm projectiles. That one was a little bit short, but still very impressive, controlled match from Team Roboto.
All right, and we're seeing that Sentry. It's doing the navigation pattern that's just keeping it in that center spot. So it's moving around, but they've got it just maintaining that hold.
And some very impressive long-range accuracy and precision from Team Roboto, firing all the way through that maze. Now trying to take down the Purdue infantry as well. It has not quite made it back to the resupply zone. It is getting very dangerously low. Now it is healing up. All right, they made it back safely. Team Roboto, again, just continuing to pepper them, almost daring them to leave that resupply zone. That will definitely do it for Team Roboto. A quick and easy 2-0 victory. That was very impressive, very controlled match from Team Roboto overall. The Sentry was taking control of the center, not really having to put itself in any danger. The hero taking some long-range snipe shots from across the map, and the infantry doing a great job of keeping the pressure on Team Purdue.
All right, and yeah, so this is a great confidence boost for Polito because so far they've won a match against ARUW, which I'm sure was also a great confidence boost, but they did unfortunately lose to Ascension Robotics from
SFU.
SFU, thank
Yep.
you. But SFU has been extremely strong when they've been coming out here, so it's unfortunate to have lost those matches, but getting some of this confidence in their driving and practice is definitely going to be useful for any of their matches ahead.
Yeah. Vamos says Letizia D'Angelo in chat, and good job, guys. Now for the 1v1. Team Roboto doing a really good job here, really impressive showing at ARC Season 1. The MVP this round going to that infantry, really applying the pressure consistently all throughout the match, not allowing Purdue to really leave their base. You saw them spawn camping them as they were trying to heal up, just taking them down and forcing them to stay in there a little bit longer. But really excited to see them here in this match right now. That will set them up nicely in Group C for a chance to get out of it. Now, again, if we look at the standings, Group C, SFU is still in first place, and ARUW is still in second place. Roboto is sitting there in third, though. And you can see ARUW and Team Roboto are tied. And
Yes.
they also tied in their matchup earlier as well. So it's going to come down to that victory point differential. Right now, UW is sitting in the lead with plus 511. Team Roboto just got out of the negatives, and they are at plus 86. So a little bit far behind. But remember, you can get a quick perfect 2-0. That's plus 400. So it's not out of reach by any stretch of the imagination.
Yes. So yeah, they are in a very, very strong field there with Ascension and ARUW. ARUW, if you aren't aware, has been the reigning champions for quite a while. Last year, they were overthrown by Virginia Tech. However, they had won all instances of this competition beforehand, so they are really wanting to come back and win that title back.
Yep, and we will see some of those teams compete later on today. Our next match will be the Thornbots from RHIT, another one of our top teams from last year. They placed 4th, just off of the top pedestal, against Team Northstar, one of our newer teams. They're, I think, a third-year team, but this is their second year doing 3v3, and already I've seen massive improvements from their just mechanical software design. Last year, if you watched any of the VODs from that, you'll remember their hero almost had like a giant particle accelerator cannon on it. It was very large, very chunky. They used a lot of sheet metal. This year, they've upgraded, they've condensed their chassis a whole lot. They're a lot smaller, a lot lighter now. So very impressive, I say leaps and improvements from Northstar.
I've been very impressed by their robots this year. I remember the first year that they came to this competition, they just brought a single sentry with them or standard, for the 1v1 matches. And it did not go too well for them, but the absolute leaps they've made from year to year with their engineering has been so impressive. I'm really excited to see their progress throughout this competition because I think they have a very good chance of going a lot further than they have ever had in the past.
Well, right now they stand a good chance, I should say, of getting out of Group D along with the Thornbots. This will be the number 1 team in Group D versus the number 2 team. So this is a top matchup. Will determine who gets number 1. As we say that, we're looking right now live at the 1v1 field. This looks like it is AirUW versus, let me see, I can try to pull up the match right now. It is AirUW versus Aero 404 from UTA. So, an interesting matchup here. UTA, second-year team. They competed only in the 1v1 last year. This year they are also doing the 3v3 competition. UW competed last year in both as well. So they are looking to try to get back on the pedestal in that competition as well.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to note is that we just saw a really great setup for that robot, is you'll see the team members going through and checking all the systems with their robots. So the pilots can't actually see the physical fields when they're driving. They are in a covered off area while they're piloting. However, those field teams have sometimes, like the AirUW team there, have these flashcards. They can get their driver to test different systems, and you saw the little robot head nodding up and down to indicate that everything is working.
Yeah, we've seen several teams use those flashcards or their phone even to try to communicate with the pilot in the pilot room. Some of the teams using hand signals, some of them writing on index cards, some of them just nodding back and forth using hands. Some teams will even create fake armor panels to try to test that CV. We've seen that before as well. So very interesting to see the different strategies and solutions teams take as we get into this 1v1 match. AirUW right out the gate, applying the pressure to UTA, who has not left their square yet. University of Washington Infantry applying a lot of pressure, daring UTA to make a move right now. UTA launching a few projectiles, but you saw that barrel flash purple. That means that they are having a little bit of an issue, either overspeeding or overheating that right now. They got to be careful. UW continuously applying pressure. And I believe they can see over that barrier probably. That turret is very high.
It is very high. I don't know if they can see. And that is the first match to AirUW. I think one thing that was interesting there is seeing them take it a little more cautiously. The barrel overheating on 1v1, it has a bit of a different stats than you have in 3v3, but you do tend to see them firing those projectiles a lot faster than you do in the 3v3. But as part of that, they have to limit at what point they stop. They can't just continually fire at that speed.
Right.
So as you saw AirUW kind of going from that center behind the wall, then moving left and right, they're really taking that strategy there to get behind protection when they're taking a bit of a break in that barrel heat, and then being able to go out, take a couple shots, get the damage from that, and then move back behind the barrier.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from the University of Washington in that 1v1 match. I see right now both of our teams here at the 3v3, the Thornbots and Northstar, bringing their robots over to the starting zone. So hopefully we will get that team really soon. If you are not already, go ahead and subscribe to our Twitch using your Twitch Prime if you have that. If you are a student, that is free every month, so you can be sure to not miss any of our streams, any of the matches, as well as avoid those pesky ads. And once again, I want to give a shout out to our sponsors this year, our title sponsor, Manifold Technologies, for sponsoring the event and some of the teams, as well as Mugen. We appreciate your support. We could not have done this without you.
All right, so right now we are taking a look at the Thornbots, that's RHIT. We see they have all 3 robots there. They have a very tall hero.
The Giraffe Hero, very tall and surprisingly stable. You would think with it
Yeah.
being that tall, the center of gravity would be a little bit off, but I've seen it move and it's pretty nimble.
It's more nimble than I've expected. I do see it doing some little wobbles here and there as it's like taking some corners or stopping quite fast. So hopefully it doesn't ever overpower that, but it's more stable than I would have expected for such a upright robot in this competition.
Yeah, very impressive controls for that robot to be able to maintain its balance while it is moving around the field at a really fast pace. For Team Northstar, they have a little bit shorter of a lineup, more similar to these infantry and the standard that you see from the Thornbots. You will also notice that the infantry and the the infantry and the sentry, apologies, are very similar in design. And we've seen that a lot this year. Teams replicating or cloning even the robot to serve in both roles. And that makes sense because now with the removal of the second barrel that the sentry was allowed last year, it is pretty much a standard with more ammo.
Yes, and once you have a design that works, why wouldn't you use that again, especially when they're so similar? If you know something is going to work for you, that consistency is really key in in this competition. And sometimes you'll even see teams who their heroes look very similar to their standard in the sentry. Really depending on the team, you might see a lineup of robots that looks extremely similar between all 3 of them.
You can definitely see the familiarity between all 3 robots, the similarities that they use in the design decisions. And I've noticed sometimes, I've talked to several teams, they tend to be split up in 2 different categories as far as their manufacturing side. They will either have a team per robot, and they operate independently of one another, or they will have a mechanical and design team that will design the mechanical portions of all 3 robots, and then they will have an electrical team that runs the electronics on all the robots. And so you can see you can kind of get an idea, I should say, of how each team is structured based on the design of the robots. Are the robots very similar? Do they share chassis designs? Do they share turret designs? That will give you an idea of, okay, this team was either made, or this robot was either made independently of all the other robots, or it was made with a theme in mind.
Yeah, so at least from my experience with ARUW, I can say that we generally had a bit of a combo of what you're talking about there. We would have design teams that would work on a robot per design team. We generally asked them to be very much in communication with each other, so if one team found something that worked for a robot, like say for the standard, that would also work for the sentry, especially like the chassis, as you're saying, those would be shared design elements. And then generally we have members from across our mechanical team who are doing the manufacturing, but generally our members would work on both manufacturing and design to be able to get both of that experience. But it's very interesting to see the design language between the different teams and how it kind of develops, because you'll see even if they do have different shapes, teams will make similar choices across them, so you get this kind of uniform look to each team's robots.
Yeah.
Like, for example, here with UMN, they've used the same netting across their robots as a protective measure, which gives it this kind of cool fishnet look too.
To see the character from it.
And one of the biggest things about this, this like competition in general, I found, is that every team, whether they like it or not, has issues going on with their robots. Like, I've not seen a perfect robot yet. So a lot of the stuff that comes in these matches truly is a confidence in how the drivers are able to handle that stress. So even if your robot isn't functioning perfectly, especially with the setup this year, you don't necessarily need to be the team dealing the most damage in order to win. If you're able to get a robot out into that green area, you have quite a lot more power than potentially in previous years where you had to have a robot with a functioning projectile launcher on it.
It definitely sets it up. The different strategies, as we were talking about earlier, whether you want to play aggressive or just play out onto the field and take that point for yourself and slowly chip away at the enemy's victory points, the different strategies, definitely a thing that we will see as the competition continues on. But we are loading in now for this first round of this best of 2 match between the top 2 teams in Group D. So this one will decide who gets first and who gets second, which will come in very critical when we go to the seeding for the knockout stage.
Yes.
In 3, 2, 1, bring on the bots.
So interestingly, we saw RHIT's Sentry. It was already spinning before the start of the match, but the really interesting thing was that turret on top of it is spinning too. So I don't know. Oh, never mind. So we just saw the top of that turret. You can see that green box kind of locking on to these other robots and taking aim at them.
And right now, the sentries for both teams going 1v1 against each other. They're matching up right in the middle. Right now, RHIT losing the battle. The sentry for Northstar pushing it away, and the infantry securing the kill. Now turning its attention to the RHIT infantry in the middle. It is trapped. It is pinned between two robots. The hero for RHIT not able to do enough support. Able to chip away the damage a little bit for Team Northstar Sentry. You see it now low, trying to maybe meander its way back to its resupply zone so it can heal up. Now the hero for Northstar taking control of the center. The sentry for RHIT back in the middle, taking control back. This is a back and forth match. Both teams very careful to balance their robot health.
And what was really strong there from UMN is seeing that as their standard and their sentry went back, they sent their hero to take out that center position. One critique I do have is as the RHIT robots came out, the hero kind of backed out of that center and gave up the control of that space. I would have liked to see it be a lot more confident in its positioning. It can still fire and aim at those other robots while staying in the square. It's really a question of being the one to take advantage of that center space. Like right now, RHIT has got that ownership of the middle space. So even though UMN is being aggressive about going after the other robots, it doesn't mean as much as the fact that there's a red standard in the center.
Yeah, and you saw the hero for Northstar going down, had to go back to its base. The sentry for RHIT almost went down. The infantry for Northstar, that blue 3, tried to chase it, did not secure the kill. So now the sentry all fully healed up and in firm control of that center point, as you were just talking about. And now a hero shot from RHIT over the wall takes out the hero for Northstar.
So that giraffe hero is coming in useful. It's able to stay back there, keep all of its plates and health protected. In there and pushing RHIT out of the green zone.
And now that RHIT infantry surrounded.
Yes, so they really came out confident and they took ownership. They weren't afraid to come up on those other robots.
And now Northstar in full control of the center. RHIT's infantry down. The sentry now moving forward. The hero, long range shot, taking out the hero for Northstar. That will be enough to do it for RHIT, securing round 1 of this best of 2 match. That was full of a lot of different moving parts. I want to diagnose that with you. So early on, we saw both teams, their sentries coming out towards the center. They squared up right against each other, and Northstar won that first engagement. You can see 2,100 damage to 1,700 damage. Even in the kill score, I think the big thing to notice here, I'm not sure if that's entirely correct. I don't know if the Northstar did not fire any hero projectiles is what I'm seeing, which would be interesting if that is the case, because you can see the 42 millimeters for Thornbots, RHIT, on the left, 30.
Yeah, and one thing that I've seen in multiple matches today is the losing team has actually dealt more damage. And I do think that UMN has a really good chance of being able to take the next match. However, the big thing is taking ownership of the center. RHIT was really able to get in there from the beginning and spend that time on the center. Later on in the match, we really saw UMN come back and really play for that center and be aggressive about it. So I really want to see them doing that, but from the beginning of the match, being confident on taking that space like they did later throughout it.
Yeah, the MVP for this round going to that infantry for RHIT. Very well done. They were able to consistently apply pressure to Northstar. We saw that coming in very critical as the sentry was trading back and having to go back to the base, re-heal up. I really like the movement that we saw from both sentries. Very intelligent movement. moving to the center, moving back to the base. We've seen a couple sentries get hung up on some of those low walls. You can see right there on that bottom corner, that wall. It's been a trap, and specifically, RHIT sentry has gotten hung up there several times. So really happy to see that they've either fixed that code or it didn't present itself in this round.
Yeah, so as we were saying, those sentries have to be able to automatically navigate their way around the field. So if they're a little bit off in their positioning or the code is slightly off, it can result in them banging into the walls on the field.
Looks like Northstar doing some analysis or maintenance on the underside of that hero, checking its belly, trying to see, I'm not sure, maybe a wheel came a little bit loose or maybe a wire came unplugged. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, as we want to see this hero get engaged in the match.
Yeah, and we have the possibility of it not actually firing any shots, so maybe this is them repairing what we were seeing in the results from last round.
Yeah, I think if they can get their hero online, they stand a better chance of taking round 2 and splitting this 1-1 with RHIT. They did a good job holding their own with just an infantry and a sentry, but as we've seen so far in ARC Season 1, the hero is the robot to have if you're going to field anything. You need to have that hero to be able to dish out that massive chunk of damage.
All right, and they're looking happy, popped the covers back on, team's leaving the field with 26 seconds to spare.
Excellent pit crew there for Northstar, diagnosing their robots, making sure there is nothing wrong. And you can see the turret just moved a little bit. Hopefully we can see a little bit more movement. Right now, the infantry, the only one twitching in the start zone. But there's only 8 seconds left before the setup period is over. So hopefully we will see that hero for Northstar move a little bit more. Otherwise, I think it's going to be another very close matchup.
All right, so moving into that initialization zone, this is where our pit crews are waiting anxiously on the sides of the field. The pilots are in their boxes, ready to go.
All right, and now for round 2 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots.
All right, so we see that UMN Sentry is really speedily moving out there. Not quite as fast, though, as the RHIT Sentry, which just directly went over the bumpy field and into the center.
And we saw the infantry from RHIT take that little undercourt, that little pass behind those barricades. Now behind the sentry for Northstar. Not able to deal enough damage, but it doesn't matter because the infantry for Northstar takes out the sentry for RHIT before it can get back to its base. Now the infantry, the next target.
Oh, wow, and UN is really going after RHIT. It sounds like they heard us talking about what we think their strategy should be, because they are being really aggressive here.
And now pushing very deep onto the RHIT side of the field. That infantry, that blue 3 robot, now trying to get back as the sentry for RHIT, that red sentry, takes control of the center once again, peltering the robots for blue.
But yeah, unfortunately, their sentry did just leave that green field, so RHIT was able to take control of the center again. It really is being able to keep on that little center bit. So even though they had robots in the center of the field doing their thing, if they are just outside that zone, it's an opportunity for your opponent to get the victory points.
Yeah, very close match so far, 157 to 169, and ticking down. The infantry for Northstar going up over the ramp, now into the middle. You can see that hero for RHIT poking over that wall, almost landing a shot there, trying to provide some support for the RHIT robots that are in the middle. Right now it's just the sentry and the infantry for both sides dueling it out with the support of that hero from RHIT over the wall. The infantry and sentry for both RHIT going down to half health. Now the sentry retreating back to its base. RHIT needing to get back. Will it get back to the base? And it is going to escape barely back to its base to heal up. And now the infantry for Northstar getting dangerously low, having to go back as well.
All right, one thing I think that's really interesting about having this draft hero for RHIT is that they're able to have these stable shots, is they can just park up behind that wall and they don't have to worry about any of the movement happening from the chassis. They are able to be stationary and focus solely on the aim at those enemy robots.
And now the sentry for RHIT parking itself in that same corner that we saw from Roboto earlier. This is going to be very interesting. It is still firing and locking onto that infantry, that blue number 3, dealing a lot of damage. It is getting dangerously low. Blue number 3 needs to get out of there before it gets taken out. But thankfully, the sentry for Northstar finishing off the infantry, now turning its attention to the sentry. It is a sentry-on-sentry battle. The hero for RHIT trying to provide support, but not able to.
All right, and the UMN sentry is taking control. They're keeping that spot while the other robots are going back to get their health.
A missed hero shot from RHIT, but it does not matter as it lands the second one, taking out that sentry. Both sentries now trying to revive. Unfortunately, RHIT's sentry not going back to its base.
Yeah, but one thing I think is really interesting to look at is how evenly matched the teams are right now, especially given the fact that UMN's hero has unfortunately not been moving out of its home zone. So this is purely a sentry and one pilot.
Oh, and a nice critical shot from the RHIT hero. Now moving out from behind the cover to take that center zone. Very intelligent move here by RHIT. They need to start taking down those points because they are currently behind. Now it is tied. Now they are in the lead with 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the match. This is still very, very close.
Great technique from them is usually that hero doesn't go out past that wall, but in this case, they needed to take that center. So even though it was riskier for them, they had that hero go out. But as soon as that standard was able to come and take the center, it moved back and headed behind the wall for safety again.
You will see again now, though, the infantry and the sentry for Northstar out and about. The hero landing a shot, taking the sentry down to half health, forcing it to retreat again. Northstar trying to claw this one back. Now going infantry versus hero. And it looks like that infantry stopped moving, and it is an easy target for RHIT's hero.
That is really unfortunate because it was very close there to being able to at least capture some more of those center points for their team.
And it looks like Northstar may have lost their only one functional pilot-driven robot as the sentry slowly starts to make its way out, but the infantry for RHIT still on that point, counting down the points, 3, 2, 1. That will be the 2-0 win for RHIT, but a very close second round there.
Yeah, UMN did really, really good, and I think it probably would have gone the other way if we'd seen the UMN hero up and running in that second match.
I think so too. That hero, unfortunately, not operational for Northstar, and that was the differentiator. Again, as you see, the higher damage on Northstar and the kill advantage, 4-3.
They were really close. They were really going after RHIT.
I think they were doing a good job of pursuing the robots as they were retreating, being able to secure those kills. Unfortunately, I think some of the weaknesses for Northstar, obviously not having the hero affected them. I really like the strategy from RHIT, though, in that second round, where the hero moved from behind its cover, left it the safety of that barrier to move to the center, capture that point, continue taking away victory points from Northstar. And as you can see, yeah, the MVP, definitely the hero for RHIT Thornbots, taking a few shots and being able to destroy a couple of the Northstar robots as they were in critical positions, and then taking that center point when it needed to. Very impressive stuff. Well-deserved MVP for the hero on the Thornbots.
And I really hope some of the other teams here today were taking notes on the strategy of both these teams. They both had very good technique about how they were working between their robots. Like a huge part of that is, or part of this competition is the communication that happens between the pilots and the strategy they have going into the game. Because if both of you are retreating at the same time and your sentry isn't working or your sentry somewhere else, you have no one to cover that center zone. So seeing RHIT have those techniques where when their standard needed to go back, they were able to take that hero and bring it to the center as their sentry was kind of out of play at that point.
Yeah, excellent observation. And if you were following along on Lightning, you will see that that pretty much secures the promotion out of Group D for the Thornbots. They are now sitting at 6 points with 2 victories to their name. The Team Northstar, 1 victory, 1 loss. They're sitting at 3 points right now.
Yep.
Not out of the fight yet. You know, they've still got a couple matches to play, especially for Group D. We've got a lot of matches to play right now. But I think Northstar still stands a good chance to get out in that second place.
Yes, they are working so hard, and their technique is really... I've lost my train of thought on the word I was planning to say, but their technique is good. It's the way they're going about the strategy of the game. Like, it's clear they have read the rules and know the ways they need to go about it and how to use their strengths and weaknesses to their advantage.
Definitely. I think that Northstar is one of the better teams here that we've seen at ARC Robotics Season 1. Definitely one of our up-and-coming teams that you want to keep an eye on, I would say, for next year. Very much so.
One thing that I love about this previous match as well is the fact that we had a 4th-year team and a 3rd-year team. So in my history of watching these teams grow up, this is the first time both of these teams have really, really had a incredible set of robots that's really working how they intended, all the systems that they're wanting to be working, other than obviously we're seeing some mistakes here and there on the field, but they've turned up with robots that are ready to perform. Because in those earlier years, you really spend a lot of time figuring out how to even build one of these robots, how to go about it. So seeing the development over the course of the two teams' tenure has been a really great experience, and seeing the all of their hard work over the past 3-4 years come to fruition with the robots they have here today.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Both of these teams, an excellent showing. We are now going to move on to our next match, which will be UrsaWorks from WashU versus Nagoya from Nagoya Shachihoko and Meijo University. So really excited to see both of these teams. I've talked about them before. Nagoya did not come last year. Unfortunately, we could not see them, but they're back this year, and they've got an excellent 3v3 lineup. UrsaWorks as well. They're a team that has been competing for a few years. This is their first year competing in 3v3 with their own built robots that were designed by them. They competed once before using the kit bots, if you'll recall. You used to be able to order a kit that was pre-made and assembled. So they've done that before, but this is their first year really testing out their own designs, which is really exciting to see.
All right, and I was just trying to pull up my stats on them. So UrsaWorks, yes, this is their third year. They've been able to have 1 win and 1 loss so far, so they're kind of sitting in a space where they're looking to get those wins. It's a little bit variable whether they might be able to move out of the group, so it's really important for them to be able to be dominant in these next couple matches, and it determines whether this is perhaps their last day of competition or whether they're going to be able to get to this next level and start in the bracket.
Yeah, for both of these teams, right now, UrsaWorks sitting with 1 win and 1 loss. Nagoya only a loss and a tie under their belt right now. So Nagoya really needing this win if they want any chance at all. For UrsaWorks, if they can get this win here, they will move into second place. So that is something to keep track of. However, unfortunately, UrsaWorks does have a little bit of a penalty applied to them, so we'll have to see how that affects their standing later on in the event right now. So,
all right, and if you are looking at our stats and trying to figure out what those penalties are, some of these teams have penalties based off of the work they've done previously in the system. So on the road to be able to compete at this championship, the teams have to do things like register, and then also be able to show the competition that they have robots in progress and are knowing what the rules are and what the competition is about. So one of the things they have to do is assessment, and depending on how late they were, but some of the teams did unfortunately receive these penalties, which might actually make quite a difference in the matches. So for each match they win, they receive 3 points overall for their group score, and you'll see that a good not half, but a good amount of them do have -2 deductions. So depending on how late they were, some of them got these -2, which isn't quite as bad as fully having a single match lost, but it is still quite impactful to have that -2 when if you tie a couple matches, it could really make the difference between being able to move from that group stage up to the bracket and having your competition end early.
Yeah, definitely going to come into play later on. Really quick, thanks. Looks like that was Speed for the 15 gifted subs. Nathaniel, we love to see the support. We miss you. Are you coming back next year? Hopefully.
Hopefully. It's always great to have our alumni coming back. Every year I get to see people from all the teams. And a lot of the alumni in this competition, they fall in love with it, and then year after year they come back and turn from the team members competing to the people who are actually helping run this competition.
Well, I know for you and me as alumni ourselves, we competed pretty much for the majority of our college career. And it was a lot of fun. For me personally, I felt like this competition was a great way to build connections and gain experience that I really couldn't get in the classroom.
Yes, like it constantly, when I'm looking back at my undergraduate career, so many of the things that I learned or helped me grow as a person come from my time on these teams. Like it really, especially if you're coming from an engineering background, gives you a chance to not only take the classroom material and apply it, but go that step beyond and be able to get that experience working with another team, having that year-long project where you're actually having to do project management and actually having to get things working. Because so much in a classroom sense, if you have a homework assignment or something, you'll do the assignment, you turn it in, you're like, that's it, it's done. I don't really have to spend any more time on this, don't think about it. Where with something like this, you constantly have to be going back and revising it. You finish that first version of the robot, say, and you're going, great, cool, my robot's done. Then you try and power it on and nothing works. So there's this huge extra learning step of really being able to take the work that you've done, evaluate it, and improve upon it from there.
Yeah, for sure. I think that if you are a prospective college student or a current college student, check and see if your university has an ARC Robotics team. Again, thanks for gifted subs again. Snicket, love to see the support. But as I was saying, yeah, if you're interested in this competition, I think this is one of the best robotics competitions you can participate in at the university level. So definitely check us out at arcrobotics.org. And if you want to follow along with our event, you can do that at lightning.arc-robotics.org. You can see the live standings updated as well as the match schedule, so that way you don't miss any of your favorite teams or the teams that you're willing to support for the friends and family watching at home. So awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, Standard Press, as well, for the gifted sub. We'd love to see the support. Chat, if you are a student as well, you can use your Twitch Prime subscription. You can give that as well every month, and we appreciate the support. Once again, this competition, it's not an easy endeavor to put on. It's just us volunteers. We want to thank our sponsors, Manifold Tech, obviously, and Mugen for their support, their generous support this year, making this competition happen. But we appreciate all your support on stream as well. And I know the teams appreciate the support and the love they receive at home as well. They are staying up all night. They're pulling consecutive all-nighters, as unhealthy as that is. And I'm speaking from experience because I used to do that.
My biggest, so as I come back here, a lot of the time I spend at these competitions is caring for the team that I came from and forcing them gently to go to sleep, essentially. Like, I heard today that one of Aerodub's pilots, not going to name names, but you know who you are, got 1 hour of sleep last night.
Oh.
I'm not supportive.
No,
you should go sleep, please.
Go get some sleep. Take a nap. Find a soft spot in the pits. I don't know. Find a soft robot to lean against, maybe.
The shark is a good pillow.
The shark.
Aerodub's blow up shark. There's several photos of me throughout the year taking naps on those sharks. It's a good one.
The nap shark.
No, so one of the big parts of this competition is really the endurance throughout it, both the human endurance and also the robot endurance, because as we see in these matches, there's so much engineering work that happens and has to come together. But if one thing fails, or you have these different weaknesses, depending on what happens in the field, it could really throw off the rest of your matches. So something that is very, very important is having these stable robots that even if you run into issues, you can either fix them very easily or it's able to function with these things broken. So oftentimes when we're looking at this competition over time, we've definitely had several years where we have teams come in with incredibly impressive robots and the engineering on them is really cool to see. However, they're just not able to withstand the level of competition. So they work in the first couple matches, they look very impressive, but as things kind of start to break down or go a little wonky with the extended use, that they aren't really able to keep up that level of play.
Yeah, we have definitely seen that, and I think specifically on one of the best examples is probably CU last year. Unfortunately, in the finals, their robot broke. Well, I think it was technically the semifinals that their robot broke, so they still won that semifinal match, but once they got to the finals, nothing was ready to go, so they really weren't able to give a good competition, despite the fact that they were one of the best teams at the competition that year. So robot endurance, human endurance, definitely a major part of this competition.
For sure. So if you've ever done athletic sports or if you've watched athletes, which I assume most people have, a huge part of a lot of these sports is that mental game that goes in coming up to these matches, especially sports where you're doing these very short bursts of a specific thing that you've been training all the time for. Like this, despite being engineering, has a lot of these similar aspects going into it. The pilots are thinking about what they're going to be doing. They're watching these matches, preparing strategy, practicing their drive skills, all coming down to these really short matches. So there's a lot of that same mental pressure that you get as an athlete, and it can be quite a lot going from that into these matches. So I always love to tell the teams to take some time, do some deep breaths. My favorite thing to tell them is do some power poses, get that confidence up. But yeah, it's so much of a mental game, even when you have your robot's malfunctioning. Because as we've seen as we're watching all these matches, we haven't had a single match where every single robot on a team has worked as intended. Something has always gone a little bit wrong, to various extents, obviously. But we've still seen teams, despite this, be able to make really, really powerful plays. So even if you know your robot isn't working as intended, having the confidence and the ability to work past that and really still go about the match in a confident way.
Yeah, and again, just going back to the experience that you get from this competition as a college student, I think there's nothing that can replicate that level of pressure that level of focus and drive that you need to succeed better
Yeah.
than Arc Robotics. So really, really encouraging to see all these engineers here giving their best effort for this competition. We love to see it. Looks like both teams now, UrsaWorks and Nagoya, getting ready to start our next match. I really love both of these teams, as I've said. Nagoya, one of our teams from Japan. We have 2 teams from Japan this year, Nagoya and Phoenix Robots, who is competing in our 1v1 competition, which if you want to check that out, you can do it on our YouTube channel. It is live right now. They are doing some awesome stuff. I've personally commentated the 1v1s before. It is some really quick and energetic stuff.
Yeah, the 1v1s are super fun to watch. They happen so fast. So like we were talking about with that pilot pressure, there's even more so of that, especially when it's your singular pilot. And you have, like, in some of these cases, maybe only like a minute to present the work that your team has been doing for a whole academic year beforehand. It can be a lot of pressure. So these pilots have a lot riding on them when they're going into these matches.
Yeah, a lot of pressure indeed. And especially now that you move up to the 3v3 field, that coordination required between 2 pilots just increases that stress level exponentially.
Yes, and one of those key elements is really having that communication between the 2 pilots. Like, you can often tell by the way that they're moving around on the field how that communication back in the room is going, especially when you see them kind of working in tandem to have one going out, one coming back in. But then you also see sometimes some communication mishaps where both of them are leaving or doing different things, have a bit of a different plan going about it.
Yeah, we've seen a few communication mishaps happen. We also saw some really great communication happen.
Yeah.
I'm thinking specifically yesterday it was BT fell off the ramp and their buddy came and pushed them off. And so that was really great pilot communication there. As you can see now, this looks like it is Wash U on the red side, MU, that is Meijo University, Team Nagoya Shachihoko on the blue side. So these are the Wash U robots. You can see that infantry, or sorry, that is a sentry right there. Very, very small. And then there on the blue side, Team Nagoya with all 3 robots, the sentry, infantry, and hero.
Yeah. So one of my favorite team communication stories I love to tell is back in 2022, on Arita, we had our hero and we had our standard. However, unfortunately that year, our VTMs, which is essentially the camera which our pilots are seeing the field through, so how the pilot is able to kind of navigate around, was going out. However, the robots were still able to move around. So what our pilots ended up doing is our driver for the robot that still had a VTM working was able to kind of direct our other robot into correct zone, and then with our use of computer vision, that robot was still able to defeat the opponent's team despite the pilot not actually being able to see the field at all.
Yeah, I remember that match. It was against my team.
Oh, yeah. Well, it happened multiple times, but yeah, that was a fun one.
Rubbing salt in the wound there. It's okay. That was a few years ago. I forgive and forget.
Oh, but it's always interesting when we see these screens and keyboards when people are bringing the laptops out on the field. I'm always intrigued by that one.
Yeah, I think that was a map of the 3D field on that laptop right there. So really cool to see some of the technology that these teams are implementing right now. I remember back when I was working on my ARC team that it was mainly just hard-coded everything. Yep. It was like, move here, go there. If you hit a wall, oh well.
I know that the year we were just talking about as well is until a couple years ago, the sentries were also mounted on a rail. So we had that challenge of aim and firing, but we didn't necessarily have the same challenge of having to have a robot like autonomously navigate this field, possibly work with collisions or changes in the field or various other robots in the way of where it wants to go. So there's just this super added extra difficulty as the competition is developing each year.
Yeah, the navigation required now for the sentries much greater and very more difficult for these teams to do. As we are getting loaded into this match, this is a best of 2 match still between WashU and Meijo University. All right, and here we go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots. All right, and the sentry for Nagoya immediately out of the gate. The infantry purchasing projectiles. The hero has not purchased any yet, as opposed to the infantry for WashU. Trying to hide behind that barrier. Now peeking out.
All right, one thing I found interesting as well is they have their sentry immediately going out before they send their other 2 robots out. And as we've been talking about, offense is the best defense in this game. So even though their hero doesn't actually have any projectiles right now, they're still keeping it out there, almost using it as a guard to stop the robots from this other team getting the central point.
I will say as well, the Sentry for Nagoya not locking onto any targets, but instead firing at the walls. So have to wonder if maybe there's an issue with the CV right there, not recognizing what it's supposed to be launching the projectiles at. However, the infantry and the hero for Nagoya doing a good job of keeping WashU at bay right now, keeping them on their side of the map while their Sentry controls that point, continuously to slowly take away the victory points for WashU. Now WashU headed up to the top, trying to get a different angle, chipping away the health bar of that blue 3 robot, now at half health. The hero going back to the base, hopefully to buy some projectiles and help contribute for this Nagoya team.
One thing I find interesting is blue number 3 is already kind of at half health. So we do have WashU's standard going out there and getting shots on this standard. One thing I'd love to see them do, though, is take the aggressive approach, because, yeah, there are some balls getting fired at them, but they're not necessarily getting hit. They have that health. They have the safety to go in there.
Yeah, and you just saw the Sentry for Nagoya launching a long volley at that red infantry, not landing a single shot, though. Whereas WashU being able to chip away at the damage, but you're right, they're not applying enough pressure to push those robots out of the center. They need to be a little bit more aggressive, I think, if they want a chance to win this match.
Yes. So while those robots are still in the center, they are still gaining points for the blue team. However, I would say that the red team, WashU right now, is actually doing better from a standpoint of actually getting damage on those robots, but it isn't making the difference in the overarching game score because the blue robots are taking central control.
Yeah, and we see now the red robot unable to secure that kill. Earlier, we also saw the blue 3 get back to its base on a very low health bar. So right now, WashU unable to secure any kills, and that's just not going to get them the victory here in this first round. Nagoya just continuously to sit on that point. Very content right now to play it very slow, very safe with them. I don't think that they're very scared of WashU because it's only an infantry. And even though it's being able to very accurately put out damage, as Nagoya taking some friendly fire from its own Sentry, that is not what you want to see if you were a Nagoya.
And also, I've noticed their hero...
now getting caught on the wall, those armor panels just went off. That robot is resetting. That is not a good sign at all for Nagoya. And you can see its health starting to tick down. That is not a good sign at all from Nagoya. That Sentry, is going to go down and continue to take away victory points. Will it be enough for WashU? Now is the chance. Now is the time to put on the pressure. I don't know if they have any more physical projectiles left in the hopper of that infantry. It is a very small hopper. They may have put it out too much too early, I feel like. But maybe we were wrong. They should have saved a little bit in the tank.
Perhaps, but
there's no way to predict that.
Honestly, I'd love to see a yellow card at this point. Like, they're working with nothing, but also the other team isn't really doing much to dissuade them currently.
Right, yeah, and I think that infantry is out of physical projectiles. You can see that hopper not very large compared to some of the teams that we have seen. So despite the fact that they have over 400 projectiles purchased in their digital allotment, not doing enough damage as the Sentry or Nagoya continues to fire a little bit sporadically. But yeah, this is unfortunately not going to do enough damage to Nagoya. That red 3 robot not able to dish out the offensive firepower that they need. Nagoya, even with their infantry offline right now, as you can see it not connected to the server anymore, they are in a commanding lead. Only 30 points left for WashU and 30 seconds left in the match. I think this one is wrapped up.
Yeah, and that's really unfortunate because WashU's standard there, I would say, has been doing the best of any of the robots in this match. But because of the strategy that Nagoya is taking, they've solidly got this game down.
Yeah, you can see WashU trying to entice that Sentry off of that center point so that maybe they can get command of it and stop the points from ticking away. But unfortunately, it is too little too late. And we'll see if they can actually get all the way down to 0. The victory points and time are very close. It looks like it'll just be close enough. And that is the victory blue side. A full 200-point takedown of WashU. I agree, though, that infantry for WashU, that number 3 robot, was very productive. I think in the early game, it was very accurate, dealing out damage. It just was not able to secure those kills and get that point. And once you get the point, you can't really leave it.
Yes, and I know they only have the one robot going out and doing action on WashU's side, but I really want to see them take that incredibly offensive approach in this next match, because I think that is their chance of how they're going to be able to beat Nagoya for the second round. So although they don't have the power and number of robots, we can see from these stats that they do have the power in terms of both accuracy and actual damage. So their standard only shot about 240 projectiles in comparison to nearly double that on the other team. However, they were able to get a lot more damage on their opponent's robots.
Yeah, you can see the MVP for this match going to the infantry for Nagoya. Really good job. I feel like they did a good job of keeping WashU at bay for the first part of the match, but once that infantry went down, really the threat was removed. Unfortunately, WashU had run out of projectiles by that moment, so there was nothing that they could do. But really strong showing from both teams. At least Nagoya, they have a sentry that is capable of moving. They just need to get its CV honed in so that way it can fire at the targets accurately.
Yes, so we see some of their engineers out on the field right now with the computers, potentially tuning some of the CV on that standard. It'd be interesting to see if they're able to make the showing from it any more impressive in this next match.
And hopefully we can see that sentry finally fire at a robot that is not its own color.
Yes. But yeah, we see those engineers also working on their standard, which ran into those issues. So hopefully they're able to get it all fixed before the start of this next match.
You mentioned sometimes the teams have those batteries that are able to be really easily pushed if they are on the outside. I know that my team did that when I was on the team as well. We had to quickly develop a little foam cover to cover it so that way it would not get turned off if a 17mm projectile just hit it in the right spot.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. So there's all these like tiny design details that when you're first developing these robots may not seem like something that's going to be too big of a deal. But when you start assaulting a robot from every single angle with 17mm projectiles going up to something like 25 meters per second, I believe it is, yeah, then a lot of stuff can happen. So having things like a little cover of your power switch, covering up those wires to make sure everything is protected. There we go. But so we have the WashU engineers are off the field. We still have some work going on the Nagoya sentry.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to flash that code. I'm going to pull a Preston here, and I'm actually going to say I want to see WashU try to code their sentry to where it just moves out behind that barrier and just launches periodically into the center, just to try to do some damage, because at this point, your sentry's not really doing much, just sitting in your own base.
Like, even if they can get it moving out to be another body to at least give something to hide behind for their own standard, but having it be able to go into that victory point zone gives their team a really strong advantage, especially with how well the standard is doing right now.
Indeed, indeed. This will be round 2 of this match between Nagoya and WashU. Nagoya taking the first round. As I say that, we hit a technical timeout, and we're out of it. I love it when that happens. All right, here we go. Round 2 in 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots.
All right, the hero giving the sentry a little bit of a push for Nagoya. However, that standard is going out fast for WashU, taking that aggressive approach. However, they didn't take the center. They pushed out aggressively, but got scared back by Nagoya's robots from the victory point zone.
Yeah, WashU playing very careful right now. You got to remember that Hopper, unable to hold very many projectiles, only around 230 of them. And they've already launched 30 of that, so they got to be very careful with the remaining allowance that they have. I need to see them take out that sentry probably first, because that sentry is holding that central zone, and it is going to stay there. If they can take that out, and hopefully maybe one of the piloted robots for Nagoya leaves that center zone, then maybe WashU can take control, and they'd be able to keep that for the rest of the match.
Yeah, so that is an interesting thing to think about, is how the physical design of these robots affects the gameplay. Because perhaps if that hopper was bigger, they would have a more realistic chance throughout the game of being able to fire the number of projectiles they need to make a difference. However, because of the design choices made at the beginning of the season, way back when, like fall of 2025, we're seeing the consequences now in these matches.
And now WashU taking a little bit more damage out of that sentry for Nagoya, also taking a little bit of health out of the infantry, but they are splitting those health bars. Nagoya doing an excellent job of juggling those damage from WashU.
All right,
now
so
WashU back into space, trying to heal up and get some more projectiles. but once again, the physical projectile that they have, I believe they've already fired close to 100 shots, so they're probably only have 130 more left in the tank. They're going to have to be very efficient here.
They're taking shots at the Nagoya's sentry. They are taking fire from Nagoya though, but they are dealing quite a lot of damage both to the standard and the sentry.
A lot of damage indeed, but once again, Nagoya able to retreat very well. Get back, but not enough. Washu able to get the first blood, but will they have enough projectiles to take out that sentry, which is still sitting in that buff zone, slowly taking away their victory points? I don't know.
All right, heading back out. They are taking fire at both of the robots. I would like to see them actually in that victory zone though, so that if robots are able to back up, they would be able to take control.
I would like to see that too. Now the hero for Nagoya going down below half health. Washu trying to take it out, and they get another kill. That is 2 kills for Washu.
So we see them actually getting very close to being able to do this 3v1 successfully.
They are getting very close, but they need to take out that sentry, who is continuing to take down their victory points by sitting in that center zone.
They are able, so Washu is able to take some of the victory points from Nagoya by killing the other robots. However, the main methodology of getting those victory points is holding the center. And it does look like they've run out of physical projectiles now, as they aren't damaging the other robots so much.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Washu had the wrong priorities, focusing the infantry and the hero instead of that sentry. They needed to take that sentry out. Nope, there's still a few more left.
Oh. All right.
Looks like maybe it was just a jam. They need to really quickly take out that sentry, though. Stop focusing on the hero. The hero is going to soak up those bullets really well. It is a health tank, basically, and it can go back to the base and heal up. You need to take out that sentry if you're Washu, if you have any hope of winning this round. Nagoya doing an excellent job juggling the aggression from Washu. All 3 robots near half or just below half health. So very well balanced team right now. Washu coming out of their base, trying to do some more chip damage onto Nagoya. With just a minute left in this match though, they need to take out another robot and take control of that center. They are getting close to taking out that sentry for Nagoya. It is still sitting there. Just a few more shots.
Oh, and they've done it.
And Washu is able to take out the sentry. Now they need to sit in that center zone and hold it before Nagoya can get control.
Oh, no.
No.
I'm so sad. They really should have been in that central zone before that hero came back.
They needed to sit there and hold it. But now they are trying to farm another kill off of the hero really quickly. With only 30 seconds left, though, I don't know if this will be enough to come back. As you can see, Washu already down to 30 victory points. This is going to be a very close round if Washu can pull it off. I just don't think they will be able to.
Yeah, the timing of it now, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it. However, I am really impressed that they were able to get the sentry and that hero down. I just would have liked to have seen them actually take the center zone in conjunction with that strategy.
Yeah, Washu was very efficient with their physical projectiles. Unfortunately, it's not enough time to do what they needed to do, which was take out that sentry and take control of that center zone. I think they had one moment there when they were able to take out the sentry and push that hero away, where if they had just sat in that center zone, they would have accumulated some, or rather, taken some points away from Washu and maybe been able to withstand the onslaught. Unfortunately, though, Nagoya able to withstand the pressure. 3 working robots, definitely a helpful bonus to have when you're only facing 1 functional infantry. That infantry, though, very, very powerful. I think Washu definitely very happy to see that one of their robots is at least working very, very well. That gives them a lot of confidence, and especially in the 1v1 competition, you only need 1 working robot.
Yeah, and with this game, I think one of the interesting things is seeing that they were able to get Nagoya down to 115 victory points without holding the center. How they're able to do that is getting the kills on the enemy robots. It is not as effective as having that center hold. However, you still are able to get some of those points off. So primarily you want that center spot, secondarily you want to be killing the enemy's robots.
Yeah, the MVP for this round, the hero for Nagoya, holding that center zone very well, being able to juggle the damage, act as a bit of a meat shield for his teammates. Very impressive stuff from Team Nagoya. Unfortunately, I don't think either of these teams stand a really good chance of getting out of their group right now, but, you know, there's always a chance. Nagoya, with that victory, moves to 1-1-1, 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 tie. So they are sitting at 4 victory points. So they have a chance there. They've only got one more match.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I'd like to be able to see all their robots functioning as intended in that last match. Like, that is really, I'd say, the peak of this competition, is being able to see all the engineering work how the teams wanted it to. It's really exciting when we get the good matches alongside of it, but the most exciting matches are when we actually have robots that are working at their top capability, fighting against those other top capability robots.
Yeah, Nagoya will have one more match against the Thornbots, the first place team in their group. And if they are able to take a round or two off of them, then maybe they can jump North Star. So
Maybe.
it's possible.
It's
It is
possible.
possible. But really cool stuff to see. Our next match will be Robo Grinder from Virginia Tech versus NYU Ultraviolet from NYU.
Yep.
So we've seen both of these teams before as well. NYU with some very characteristic robots. They have the googly eyes on them. Very
Yes.
interesting hero design as well. It's piston actuated. Is my
Oh, I did not
understanding.
know this.
Yeah, very first one that we've seen in Arc Robotics, a piston actuated hero. Most of the teams, they will use flywheels to try to propel their projectiles. Some of them I know have tried maybe different methods, but the flywheels is the old reliable method. So, and we've seen the NYU hero shoot a few times. I don't think it's really been very outstanding. It's also very slow
Yeah.
is the problem.
I wonder if we'll actually see a repeat of this, given the performance of this hero and the kind of out there design choice. It'll be interesting to see if any other teams go with this decision, or if they play it safe with using the reliable technique. And not to say that using flywheels is safe. We've seen some extremely effective robots with the flywheel method.
Yeah, and one thing I want to see from Robo Grinder in this match is all three robots on the field and functioning. We have yet to see their Sentry be deployed on the 3v3 field. And for me, if you're going to move on to the next round, you are going to need that third robot up and operational.
Yes. So Robo Grinder, Yes, Robo Grinder is our team from Virginia Tech. So last year they were the ones to take the championship of this entire competition. However, the performance that we've seen from them this year is not living up to the standard that they set last year, unfortunately.
I don't think so. And, you know, it makes sense. This, from my understanding, this is a newer team, or at least a new team that they're bringing here. The drivers are new. They're not the same ones that drove last year. The robots are new as well. Not the same ones that won the competition last year. So a little bit of, you know, fresh blood in there. As we're looking over, looks like, is this, oh, no, sorry. I'm looking at the overlay for the 3v3. This is, I'm trying to see, that is UCSD in the blue corner of the 1v1. And, oh, I believe this is one of our new teams. I believe this is Bluebot from Michigan, University of Michigan, one of our brand new teams. Love to see them here in the 1v1 competition. Love to see it.
So this year we have 3 new first-year competition teams, and a lot of the first-year teams will start off in the 1v1, bringing the one robot, and coming to the competition the first year is really, really great experience. They get to be able to talk to all the engineers from the other teams, get feedback on their own robots, see kind of how they've done stuff versus another robot, and really get excited for the year ahead. Get that inspiration and how they're actually going to design things following up.
Yeah, really excited to see these new teams come here, bring that competitive spirit, and enjoy their time. You know, I think I remember my first art competition, and it was a lot of fun getting to meet all the teams from all across the world too. You have teams from Japan, teams from Italy, teams you know, from Canada, teams from all across America. It's a really fun experience.
Speaking of which, Virginia Tech, although we were just talking about how a lot of the team this year is new in terms of design, their drivers, things like that, they have been one of the legacy teams in our system. They are nearly as old as ARUW, our oldest team. However, we've seen a lot of turnover in year to year and how their performance goes depending on the season. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to pull their performance back to what they had going on last year.
Yep, and both of these 1v1 robots right now just posturing back and forth, launching a few projectiles here and there, which is good to see for Bluebot from the University of Michigan. You like to see at least one functional robot, if this is your only one, and is trying to run away. The UCSD robot chasing them around the walls, now getting stuck on that second wall is Bluebot. They're trying to run away. It looks like both robots are still pretty high health bars. Right now they're just playing ring around the rosies, it looks like.
We're not really seeing any of shots coming off from either team, so I wonder if we've got some jams going on.
Up there was one right there. So UCSD up, able to do a little bit of damage, a little bit more damage.
So it looks like U of M might not actually have a functioning turret right now, which is unfortunate. However, I will say for a first-year team, their robot is performing really well. There have been some times when we have teams who, unfortunately, when they arrive, the robots are really quite not that functional. So we have had an occasional match or two come down to the weight of the robot determining the winner, as neither team was able to move and or fire.
Yep, and now you see Bluebot launching a few projectiles at the UCSD infantry, and it looks like that was the match there. So UCSD getting the victory. Congratulations to them. You can see right there on the back of that turret right there, that is the Odin 1, that really nice sensor from our title sponsor, Manifold Technologies. Love to see that they are supporting our teams here and that the teams are implementing that. So really cool stuff to see. Really love to see the new teams here. Bluebot, one of our brand new teams. So hopefully we see them next year and hopefully we see some improvement.
Yeah, and one of the big things with this competition is, as you're mentioning, the technology that goes onto them is just how expensive these robots are to design and build. Like, the technology that goes onto these robots can be so extensive. Like, we have everything from custom designed PCBs to big computers running computer vision and the systems behind a lot of these robots. So getting all the tools necessary for this competition can be a struggle for teams, and a lot of them will do it through finding local sponsorships or doing organizational methods in order to fund these robots, because they can be quite costly.
Yeah, to give you a perspective, these are not little toys that only cost, $50 or $60. These are very, very expensive. Some of the teams spending several $1,000s on their robots. I know we had a little poll going out to all of our teams and our volunteers, the participants, asking, what do you think the average cost was for an infantry robot? And, when you consider the fact that you have to pay for the chassis, the materials for that, the computer chips, the sensors that go on it, that price gets pretty high.
Yes. I know some of the ways that our team was able to cut some of the costs is some of our sponsors in the past have come from like 3D printing filament, or perhaps the materials needed in order to manufacture parts for it. The biggest cost that generally has come for our team has been the computers on board those robots. Like, we're able to keep some of the costs low by manufacturing very specific parts themselves, like going into a machine shop and actually making the different components. However, there are some things that are just not able to be done in-house.
Yeah, and as you can see, once again, Virginia Tech, not with its Sentry, once again, just fielding the infantry and the hero, not what I was wanting to see at all in my Virginia Tech. They've done a good job so far. However, if they are going to continue into the double elimination bracket, they are going to face stronger and stronger teams. They are going to need that third robot.
All right, so we just see the team perhaps discussing strategy before they head out. Our volunteers are just straightening up the field now, making sure everything is ready to go, because we want to make sure that when these robots are going out there, that field is in condition, that it's not causing issues to the team.
Yep. Right now, Virginia Tech sitting in third place in Group A. So if they really want a chance to get out of their group, they're going to need to 2-0 this team. They're going to need to 2-0 NYU, give themselves a chance, because RoboGrinder currently sitting with a 2-point penalty.
All right, so NYU unfortunately has not had a great run so far this year.
They have not.
It's a little bit unfortunate. I'm hoping that we can see them do better in this match.
Yeah, they have a functional infantry, I feel like. It's actually very competent. It's been able to do a lot of damage to its opponents. However, that hero, I think, is the main weakness of the team. It is very slow, and because it is piston actuated, it is not able to quickly output the damage that it needs to, that you would like to see from a hero robot. So Virginia Tech, I think, definitely favored in this matchup by quite a margin. Even without that Sentry, they should be able to lock this one down 2-0. But, we have seen some crazy things here in this competition over the years. All it takes is one module to go offline, one wire to come disconnected, and everything can go south.
Yeah. So I'm intrigued to see what the match ends up looking like when we don't have a full set from Virginia Tech, and we've had a bit of an unfortunate season so far from NYU in terms of their matches.
Yeah, for sure. The Virginia Tech robots looking very crisp and very clean, though, I will say.
Yes.
Their mechanical design, always one of the top at the competition. I remember when they used to have the fully white robots with the caution tape, a very iconic aesthetic that they brought to the competition. One of my favorite looking robots, definitely for sure.
Yeah, so when we're looking at these robots, they do actually have aesthetic guidelines that the teams have to follow. So because of the coloring of the plates that we see and the computer vision, the colors that they're allowed to use on their robots are restricted, as having an entirely blue or an entirely red robot isn't necessarily going to benefit you in these matches, especially as we're switching colors between them. We don't want the design of it necessarily working against teams' computer vision throughout the games.
Yeah, definitely. That's why those guidelines are in place to make sure that it is an even playing field and no team is gaining an unfair advantage. All these teams spend so much time and effort developing those computer vision systems, and it would just not be worth it if all that went away because a team is playing tricks on you. As we make our way here into this match, both teams setting up right now. You can see the NYU robots with their big googly eyes, the very expressive robots. I love to see the level of creative vibe that the teams give these robots. You can see there that hero in the background with that very high hopper. It is kind of a bit of a carousel effect that feeds down. It is gravity assisted as well, so that piston actuated hero launching those projectiles with a gravity assisted hopper. Very new, very out of left field design, I would say. Let's see how effective it is. They are using, I would like to point out again, the Odin from our title sponsor, Manifold Technologies. So shout out to them. But you can see the googly eyes on that NYU hero there as well. Very expressive robots.
Yeah, and I always love to see when teams do white robots. I'm a big fan of seeing the kind of fully white themed robots as well.
It's definitely a very nice and clean color palette choice. I think SFU is one of the other teams that has white robots. They have those little white shells that go around the wheels to protect them.
Yes, so one thing that I find interesting is that hopper at the top of the hero is open there. So we're just seeing the 42mm projectiles kind of hanging out on top there.
Yeah, it's very exposed. I would have liked to see a lid on that perhaps maybe, but you know, sometimes you gotta leave it open so that way you can load it easier. Some of the teams, they don't want to have to deal with a component that could fall off in the middle of the match, so they just take it off. All right, here we go. Loading into round one of this best-of-2 match between Virginia Tech, Team RoboGrinder, and NYU, Team Ultraviolet. Getting started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots. See the hero from NYU just slowly creeping out of its base. The infantry purchasing projectiles, but not moving. Now it's starting. The hero for Virginia Tech, though, immediately taking the center.
Yeah, getting out there, taking control. I've seen them get out there faster before, so I'm wondering kind of what was the difference here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it looks like that infantry for NYU has disconnected. You can see the lights are no longer on that robot, and the hero going down as well. This does not look good right out the bat. NYU, no robots are functioning as they are intended. That hero moving slowly back to its base. It's going to try to get there and crawl back, but yeah, you can see that Wi-Fi offline alert. That infantry for NYU, their most functional robot, the most capable out of this match.
All right, so we're just watching Virginia Tech's hero and standard right now. Their hero's kind of camping out in the victory point area. Their standard's heading back towards their base.
Yeah, Go RoboGrinder says sad not found. I think that they are going to do very well in this match. They don't seem to have much of a threat from NYU. It did look like the hero from NYU did launch a projectile. I could see it rolling down there on the left side, just in front of that barrier. So that piston-actuated launching mechanism, it can do some stuff.
Yeah, but unfortunately that lack of speed is really, really hampering it here. We were able to see Virginia Tech's hero really quickly roll over that bumpy field, come take a shot on the NYU hero, and be back in that victory point zone before this hero's actually made it to the point where the Virginia Tech hero shot at it.
Yeah, you can see both heroes trying to trade some shots, but only Virginia Tech landing those and immediately taking another kill on the NYU hero. NYU trying their best to fight back, but unfortunately, it's just not in the cards in this one.
All right, so they're down to 43 points, taking that center. It's really unfortunate, but this is a very quick match because they are both taking advantage of killing the robots and keeping that center area.
Yeah, Twitch chat saying once the Virginia Tech Sentry is back, it is over for real. I think it's definitely something to watch out for. If this team can get 3 functioning robots on the field and that Sentry as a similar level of performance as it did last year, Virginia Tech can again go very far, but they're going to have to do some work to get that thing ready because we have not seen it yet.
I've also noticed some of the strategy they take during some of the games. I would like to see them being more aggressive. They did do so in this game. However, going into this, they were presumably felt more confident. In games or matches where they've been against a team that it's not quite so sure maybe what the lineup is going to be like, we've seen them playing pretty defensively.
Yeah, and I think it may be a part of, hey, we know we can win this match by just playing very safe. We don't want to break anything because sometimes we've seen it before. A team gets a little overconfident, they run off the side, and then their robot falls over, and oopsies, my head is gone.
Yeah, not always a great feeling to see your robot come apart. It's definitely meant to all be in one piece. There generally has not been. Oh, I think it's probably a smart thing to have your robot in one piece.
Wow, really great stuff.
Yeah, it's a hard technical rollout here. One piece is ideal.
Well, we've seen a few robots fall apart on this field, so I guess a few teams missed that memo.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. It's kind of interesting going around the pits as well, though, because we see some of these different teams having very different choices about how all these components go together. Like, I believe it was the Michigan team. I was looking at their standards in the pits, and they have a fully removable turret on there, so they can easily pop the entire thing off. So, which is nice, presumably when they're going in and looking at components within the chassis. However, I'm wondering if the wrong bump or the wrong thing in the field could end up with their entire head kind of going haywire, essentially.
Yeah, I believe it's SFU you're thinking of. They have
SFU, yes.
it's a pin is how they attach basically the head of their robot to the chassis, and it's just designed to be a very quick release, which does make it very easy to disassemble and work on, do any type of maintenance as well as shipping. It's very simple for them to ship because they can package it very small. However, you're right, it does provide an interesting engineering challenge of how do I make this very user-friendly, but also very durable, very robust?
Yes, because one of the key things is, even though they have to be very durable and robust, they have to be able to be fixed as well. Because it is nice to be able to fix things easily. However, if everything's able to disassemble easily for that fixing, you're more likely to break the things going on. So you have to find this really nice balance between having the modular components that you can get into your robot and fix anything going on, while also maintaining the integrity of the robot itself.
And it looks like NYU has taken a technical timeout to work on that infantry that is their most capable robot. So they are trying their best to get it up and running for this second round. Teams are allotted 2 technical timeouts for the group stage, so use it or lose it.
Yeah, so I haven't really seen many technical timeouts happen yet so far, but in these group stages, we might see some teams taking them in their last matches of the group, because if they don't make it through this, then they don't have further matches to use these technical timeouts. So they might as well, if they can, use this extra time to get everything as functional as possible for these matches.
Yeah, you can see here, it's all hands on deck right now for Team NYU Ultraviolet. They are crowded around that infantry robot with its belly up, working on that underside, trying to reattach, it looks like maybe a couple of wires, a couple of modules. That may be what happened earlier in the first round when it bumped into that wall. It just got knocked loose, hopefully. We would hate to see it be a catastrophic mechanical failure, and that would force them to remove that robot, because if you're NYU, this may be one of your last matches of the competition. You want to go out with a bang.
So hopefully within the course of this technical timeout, they can both diagnose what happened and also fix it. Sometimes when we have these big failures happen on the field is the team gets out there, and within the time they have available, even with a technical timeout, they still aren't actually able to find what's wrong with the robot. So it's a really, really high pressure and fast engineering environment of taking any of the errors that you have and problem solving really fast. And we do see some teams take some very creative approaches to problem solving in these scenarios. I've definitely seen various wheels taped onto robots, or the duct tape being employed liberally during technical timeouts. We haven't seen that so much this year, and I think that is a testament to how much skill these teams are gaining year by year, and how much the community is really supporting each other and getting everyone up to at least a certain standard of sustainability within their robots.
Yeah, I do kind of miss the tactical duct tape though.
Yep. It
Walking
makes
into
things
the pits
more
with
exciting.
a full roll of duct tape on your belt,
Yeah,
hot glue gun on the other.
it's always exciting. Like, obviously not fun if it's the team of which this happens to your robot, but it can be very exciting to see bits of robot coming off on the field. Don't want it to be my robot, but I'd love to see other robots coming apart. It's fun.
Amelia craves the destruction.
I'm craving the chaos of these matches. Everything we've seen so far has really been safe, so I'm really hoping that we get to see...
You're hoping for a yellow card, aren't you?
I really am. Like, I just want to see someone go and shove a robot out of the green area.
Well, if we see that, I'm sure a yellow card will be issued. We've seen it before, so maybe we'll see one of our aggressive teams. I think your best bet is probably Polystar. They are one of the more physical teams, bullying other robots out of that center zone. So if you can commentate those, and actually that is going to be our next match. So
I'm
we'll have to
excited.
see. But right now, it is the second round of NYU versus Robo Grinder. Bring on the bots. Robo Grinder immediately purchasing their projectiles and out onto the match. And the infantry for NYU moving once again. Good to see that robot back in action right now. Both robots for NYU slowly moving.
Virginia
taking a
Tech,
spot.
though, is getting quite a lot of damage off of both the standard and the hero right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, both NYU was not able to dish out the damage.
First blood!
And a quick kill for the hero on Virginia Tech.
So something that I think is interesting right now is Virginia Tech's not trying too hard to fully have control of that green zone at all times. They kind of are aware of the situation they're playing with and taking some of this time to practice strategies of where they're going on the field, like what they're going to be doing in perhaps more competitive matches.
Yeah, I will say that was a really nice maneuver from that Virginia Tech hero, moving quickly over to that ramp area and then lining up a shot very fast. That's going to help them later on when these robots are having to move back and forth and kind of dodge the incoming projectiles from a more mobile team. So very nice stuff to see from Virginia Tech. Now their infantry waiting around the corner. Oh no, that's going to be a very nasty surprise if NYU pokes around.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit intrigued on what Virginia Tech was planning there, as we did have their standard kind of just sitting there not really doing anything, hero also just sitting in the center. They are gaining the victory points, but it's not really taking advantage of the time they have on the field of either pushing against NYU or really practicing using the various components.
Yeah, Virginia Tech now using their infantry to pressure the infantry for NYU. That Blue 3 robot just stuck in the maze kind of. The hero trying to navigate its way through. A little bit caught up on the ramp though.
Yeah, so this is one of those other design features that can actually make a big difference, is in the field there are these tight spots and corners, and depending on the design of your robot, it can make it a lot harder or a lot easier to get around. So we're seeing a lot of advantage for some of these smaller, like floor surface area robots. They're able to get around some of these tight spots quite a lot faster.
Yeah, and you can see the infantry for NYU having to retreat. The hero not so lucky. Unfortunately, that robot not quick enough to get away from the speedy hero of Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech now just holding the center point, just slowly bleeding out NYU. They're unable to apply the pressure against Robo Grinder. Robo Grinder, very commanding lead right now. This one is in the bag for them. They're going to take a 2-0 victory probably and set themselves up nicely to take second place in Group A.
So hopefully they're using this extra time just to get prepared for their next matches, which I'm sure, unfortunately for them, fortunately for us as the viewers, will be presumably more competitive in terms of someone coming after VTech. But amazingly, we have the NYU standard taking the aggressive mark here right at the end.
Very brave NYU infantry for sure. Unfortunately, it is not enough to withstand the pressure from Robo Grinder. They will take the 2-0 victory. Well done, Robo Grinder. I will need to see that sentry though at some point.
I don't think maintenance of their title is going to be possible if they do not get the sentry back on the field. Like, doing this competition with just 2 robots, especially with the need to control that center zone, is just not going to be possible against the more competitive teams.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Our next match will be the aggression that you wanted to see. Oh, really quick, are the MVP for this second round. The hero of Virginia Tech, I think that is an accurate thing to say. They were very mobile, able to secure quite a few kills. So good job, Virginia Tech. Once again, we just need to see that Sentry, and I think that Virginia Tech will be back at the level that they were at last year, ready to defend their title. But our next match will be Robo Rambler Pacific Spirit versus Polystar. So
Yes.
another Group A matchup. Pacific Spirit, probably the most complete team that we've seen at the competition. Very dominant, 2-0'd Virginia Tech. It was a pretty close matchup, but Pacific Spirit able to pull it out. Polystar, one of our most physical and aggressive teams.
Yeah.
That hero for Polystar is very annoying. It gets in your way, it gets in your face. It's not afraid to push and shove like you were wanting to see. So you may
Yes.
get your yellow card.
I'm excited. I do think teams need to be taking advantage of it more. I know in some sports you have coaches telling their athletes like go after the yellow cards, and I think that our engineers need to be doing that here too, because this is a competition. It is competitive, and there are penalties to doing it. However, if you aren't taking those steps, you're not going to be able to have the same level of aggression. And if you are going after a robot, that robot might just back up. If you're acting confident, you're getting up in their space, they might just choose to leave, and no yellow cards needed then.
Would you like to see maybe like a microphone placed on the robot so that way the drivers can hear each other talk and then they can trash talk each other?
I'm not sure if that would be the best for sportsmanship, if I'm being honest.
That's probably fair.
Yeah. Although I think they do have a good amount of communication anyways. Like, so much of your communication anyways is nonverbal, and especially in how you're driving these robots, it tells so much of a story. And I think we see that a lot with Pacific Spirit, because they have been very dominant so far in this field. However, one thing I will say is a lot of that does come from their attitude on the field. Like, their robots, despite doing good, are not perfect. They are not performing at the top level of what they possibly could. However, the way these drivers are going and the strategies they're using throughout the game are letting them go with absolute confidence, gaining the center, and a lot of teams have just been too defensive or too scared really to take that back from them. Like, we haven't seen a team really go after challenge against against Pacific Spirit in the same way that they're going after other teams.
Yeah, I think RoboGrinder was the closest we ever saw to that. Pacific Spirit, our only team that was able to complete the field calibration test on both the 1v1 and the 3v3 field. So they were able to collect that data for their Sentry, which has helped it navigate the field flawlessly so far. Really excited to see them again. They always have very impressive robots. I actually would like to point out, we were talking earlier about the endurance factor that is required. The Pacific Spirit team actually was in China working on the robots right up until the edge of the competition. They flew in, I believe, on Sunday to come compete.
That is crazy.
And so they have been very jet lagged the entire time. So yeah, it is very difficult for all these engineers here, especially from the ones that are flying long distances from the West Coast over here to the East Coast, or the east side of the continental US and Canada as well. Then we've got obviously our teams from Italy and Japan, as well as the Pacific Spirit team, who is currently living in China at this moment and has come over here to compete. So really, really impressive stuff from the team, working on probably very low sleep. They are probably extremely exhausted, but right now it is paying dividends because their robots are performing very well.
I'm sure they are happy with their sacrifice they've made so far with their current performance.
It's all worth it if you can lift that trophy in the end.
Especially you're young, you're in college still. Why not?
Well, let's not encourage it.
Maybe not.
We'll always acknowledge.
Like I've said, I try to make everyone go to sleep as much as possible, but I can see from their perspective why they might be wanting to sacrifice some sleep more.
Everyone needs an inflatable shark that you can sleep on.
Yes, exactly. If you're not bringing your own themed nap station to competition, what are you even doing? Are you doing RoboMaster right?
Okay. Yeah, so just find a pillow, maybe something with a little bit more character. We have the carrots. The plushie carrots.
That is a great thing. So those plushie carrots, I carried one back all the way from China, and it has lived in the AreaDub lab for, I think it has got to be nearly 7 years now.
That is an old carrot. I don't know how to respond to that. A carrot that is 7 years in the lab?
Yes.
Someone get that carrot out of there.
I do constantly think about stealing it. However, the team has told me many times I'm not allowed to. But he's looking a little sad and dirty. But right now we've gone over to our 1v1 stream. We're seeing
This looks like that is the Nagoya infantry, and I think I'm trying to see whose infantry that is on the red side. That is UrsaWorks. Okay, so from WashU, Team UrsaWorks versus Team Nagoya from Meijo University. And UrsaWorks doing a lot of damage right now onto that Nagoya infantry. You see that health bar looking very, very low, and that is the round. Wow, a very quick victory for UrsaWorks. We talked about it, their infantry being the most functional robot on their team, and it looks like it is translating well to this 1v1 competition.
All right, so the teams are going back out to reset the field. We've seen this in both the 1v1 and the 3v3. Each team has what they call the pit crew. And the pit crew is responsible for being kind of the managers of the physical robot in relation to this competition. So they are the ones carrying it out onto the field, doing any of these last minute changes, and making sure everything is functional for these rounds.
Yeah, definitely. And it is not a fun job at some points because you are the one responsible for fixing whatever is wrong with the robot at that time. So it can be a lot of pressure,
Yes.
especially in the heat of the moment. But, you know, it's part of the fun. It's part of the prospect of being an engineer on an ARC competitive team.
Yes, and these pit crew members will know the robots inside out by the end of this competition. So I know one thing that RT or ArieDub back in the times when I was on it, one thing that we like to do is always make sure that we had some of our newer members on the pit crew, because it's really important for younger members on the team to be able to get the familiarity with the robots that having that all 4 years of your college experience would potentially give you. So being able to know these robots in and out and getting to see the gameplay in such close perspective can really change how they're able to go about their future matches and their future years within the competition.
Yeah, and talk about a coordinated pit crew, this UBC pit crew, Team Pacific Spirit, they are a well-oiled machine right now, getting those robots ready and online. Love to see it. I love their vest, by the way, as well. It's a very artistic style. I think it's 4 different robots on the back there. You see the balancing standard, which they didn't bring to this competition. I think there's a hero and an infantry, and probably, I'm guessing, the sentry on the back as well.
Yeah, I always love to see what the teams are bringing as their kind of uniform to the competition every year. Because, like, we do now have quite a few of these teams who are wearing the vests. We also have some custom t-shirts, and we also get jerseys for the team members. So it's really exciting to see kind of how everybody turns up, what they're doing to kind of show off their team spirit, and what that actually translates to when they're getting onto the field.
You can see here the Polystar robots. They're lined up just the hero and the infantry, but that hero, the bully so far of ARC Season 1, not afraid to get a little physical, not afraid to push and shove a little bit and make its stance known.
All right, we can see some of the UBC members holding up some cards, testing the systems of their robots, but we are seeing those lights flashing on number 3 there. So hopefully we're able to get it set up properly in time.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to test the number 3 as well as the number 1, that hero and the infantry. So hopefully there is not a big issue with here. This would be a very shocking upset if there is an issue with these robots. It looks like that hero is being able to move its gimbal and now its drive as well. So it looks like they are connected. 40 seconds left in the setup period. There's still a little bit of time left. So you can see now they're checking the CV on that infantry, able to track that little card that they had, and able to launch some projectiles into that backpack. So the sentry is operational. Now they're looking at that hero, trying to see what is going wrong. It looked like it shook its head no when they tried to check its CV potential, trying to see if it could track target.
Yes, so members of these teams will start finding these little 17mm projectiles everywhere in their life for the next several years, honestly. I'm sure that backpack is going to have at least one of those projectiles in it for probably the rest of its life at this point.
The forbidden grapes, as we so affectionately like to refer to them.
Yes.
I did once. I was at the grocery store and I saw some grapes after a competition, and immediately, like, my mind was like, those are 17mm projectiles. Those aren't grapes.
Yes.
Why are we selling these in a grocery store?
It's kind of disconcerting how your mind starts to associate the two the longer you spend doing this.
The brain just starts to melt. But we are getting into round 1 here. UBC versus Poly Montreal, the Sentry for UBC really quickly out of the gate, taking control of the center, the infantry as well. Here come the robots for Polystar, that hero, that bully that we're used to seeing, unable to really get out of its zone without taking a lot of damage. The infantry taking the brunt of the aggression from UBC, and that is a very unpleasant grinding noise that I am hearing from one of the Polystar robots.
So that is presumably possibly their flywheels or something of that kind having a mechanical error. Not good to see and unfortunate. Although one thing I'd like to talk about as well is the speed we see happening from UBC. One thing that is different is how fast they can move across the field, which you might be wondering, why doesn't every team move this fast if they're able to move this fast? But one of the big things this comes from is power capabilities. So in this referee system, the robots are limited in how much power they're allowed to draw when they're driving. How teams are able to expand this limit is using capacitor banks, so essentially storing this extra energy to let them go faster without getting penalized by the system.
Yeah, the Super Cat modules, and you can see here that aggression, that speed from UBC on display with the hero, moving in close to secure the kill. UBC not wasting any time at all, really saying, hey, listen, we want to get in and out as quickly as possible so that way we can go home.
Yeah.
I think they're ready to go home.
They are ready to come in, do what they need to do, and go take a nap.
I'm pretty sure that is exactly their mindset. They are probably exhausted still, so they are saying, let's get out of this quickly, let's go home, take some naps, and get really rested for tomorrow. Team UBC really just showcasing what dominance truly looks like. I think our strongest team so far at ARC Season 1. I've got to say, probably the favorites to win it so far. It is still just the group stage, so anything could happen. We could see some improvement from RoboGrinder. They could field that Sentry finally. CU, they could get those hardware issues that we are so used to seeing. They could have ironed those out. So there are still a lot of examples of potential scenarios. UW as well has not played very many rounds, but they have looked really good in the ones that they have played. Very close match against Roboto. RHIT as well, one of our top contenders from last year. All these teams are looking at UBC and probably thinking, what is their weakness and how do I exploit it?
Yeah, so unfortunately it looks like Poly MTL is having some issues possibly on both robots here. Neither of them is moving great. We heard the flywheels go off in a very not pleasant sound a little while ago. But one thing I will note as well is that UBC is not invincible. It's possible that their robots, although they're strong now, might go in an opposite ramp to some of the other teams we're seeing. So it might be that as we get into further matches, they are not able to maintain their current level of play.
Yeah, we will have to see if they can maintain this pace and this momentum that they have. And unfortunately, the bully or Polystar, the hero, not able to do its main bread and butter strategy of asserting its dominance over that center point. And it looks like there's 3 robots for Polystar, so it looks like they may have a Sentry actually that they just not have fielded yet. But UBC, the clear favorite in this match, strong, dominant control from the get-go. Another perfect round for them. The MVP is the hero. Again, that very quick and aggressive hero, moving in to secure those kills, not letting their opponents breathe for a second, always applying the pressure.
Yes, and I think that's really unfortunate for Polystar. I really want to see in this next round their robots actually be functional. Like, I am so excited to see a team able to meet UBC where they're at and actually have a competitive match. And it's really unfortunate that those malfunctions were happening in this round, especially as we've seen Polystar be strong in previous matches.
Yeah, we saw it with the round against Virginia Tech. The way to face UBC is to face them head on. You cannot be scared. You have to play smart, but you cannot be scared.
There really is just so many different things that you need to be thinking about, because as a driver, not only are you thinking about the strategy, but you're thinking about how your turret functions. Like, perhaps you know that the aim is not quite right, or you know that you need to be doing very specific movements in order to have things work as they should. So unlike playing a video game where you know it's going to work the exact same way every single time, here you're dealing with a whole mechanical system that may not be working as intended.
Yeah, and you can see here the interesting UI, this custom UI for UBC. We have not yet figured out why there is a diagonal line across the screen. Maybe it is some type of measurement of their Super Cat module, because it's not a balancing standard. We've seen sometimes the teams that have the balancing infantries, they have a little horizontal bar, something to indicate kind of like their tilt and their pitch. But this one, 4 wheels, solidly anchored to the ground, so Still don't know what that represents, but it's got to be helping them because these robots are efficient.
And that was something new. I've never seen someone use a plate on a phone to check CV before.
Very interesting approach from UBC, the University of British Columbia. You can see them pulling out those little flashcards now, communicating with their robots, making sure they are fully functional. It does not look like any functionality was lost in that round.
There's something in the Pacific Northwest air that's feeding the teams up there.
Yeah, they are all business right now.
All right, and we see them heading off the field. All three robots seem to be functioning as wanted. Unfortunately, Polystar is still on the field. Hopefully, they will be able to get their robots functional in this timeout. I don't know if, or this preparation section.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're taking a timeout or not. This might be one of the times that they do decide to do it, but it looks like not for now.
Yeah, it looks like the countdown is still starting. There are only 5 seconds left in the setup here. They are having to rush out of the field now.
And they're
as
on the
referee
field
escorts them.
as it's going. So usually the expectation is teams need to be off that field by the time the initialization starts.
Yeah, and that is for the safety of the engineers. We don't want them on the field when the robots go live and start launching those projectiles.
So as you can imagine, they are quite painful.
Have you ever been hit by one?
Yes, it's not pleasant. And that was only at a distance and not full speed. At top speed, the projectiles can go 25 meters per second. And if you're shooting something the size of a golf ball directly at you, that is going to be painful.
Yeah, not fun. Not very fun at all. Once again, UBC taking early control of the map
First
and immediately
blood.
taking out the infantry. Hey, you got a yellow card.
Amazing. Not quite the yellow card I was hoping for, though, I
Yeah,
will say.
2 yellow cards.
It makes me wonder, something seems to be going on with their robots, perhaps going on with the referee system and how it's functioning. UBC is just taking advantage of it, though.
Yeah, it could have been that they started outside of their start zone, perhaps.
Yeah.
You can get a yellow card for that one, so maybe that is the source for it. UBC trying to put some damage on them while they are in the resupply zone. We have not seen a team able to take out a robot while it is healing yet.
Yeah, and it looks like one of Polystar's wheels on their standard has gone. We see it just doing those donuts, essentially. That's quite unfortunate. Although they are both moving, it does make me wonder if there's something further wrong as to why both of them aren't actually heading outside of that respawn zone.
I will say the hero taking several shots at the infantry for Polystar, not only hitting that one right there. That may be the one weakness that we have seen from UBC so far, is that sometimes that CV not quite as accurate. You can see the infantry at close range, very lethal, but that
Yeah.
hero at range may be something to watch for in the future rounds if teams can exploit that.
Like, this is the confidence aspect I was talking about, too, is these robots are moving like their aim is 100%. They're moving like no matter what, they are going to be hitting you, which, as we're seeing in this, isn't actually completely accurate. So
Yeah.
if your team who's able to see past that facade, perhaps you'll be able to, like, give much more damage than UBC is able to get or give you.
But it can be scary, you know, when you
For
see
sure.
a team like UBC across the field with their robots running at you full speed. That's not a fun sight to see.
No, I don't think I would be quite a fan of it, but I'm excited to see if any of the teams are able to face that and do well.
Yeah, that's why I was never a pilot on my team. Well, that and I was a terrible aim.
Yeah, it nearly gave me a heart attack every time I try to do it. It's stressful enough standing on the side, I will admit.
It's stressful enough, yeah, watching your robot and hoping, praying that it doesn't break.
Although I will admit, it's almost more stressful as an alumni now than it is as a team member.
And wow, that was impressive.
Yeah.
UBC able to finally get the first kill while a team was in its own resupply zone healing up to finish off the match. Wow, UBC just putting a stamp on their
They
record.
are really desiring that nap right now. They are using their clock to their advantage and doing it in minimum time possible.
We'll have to see how quickly they get off the field and leave and go back to their Airbnb or their dorm room. I am sure that they are ready to head home.
All right, and it doesn't look like they have much to do between matches, too. It looks like they'll be able to pretty solidly just go take a nap.
Yeah, and once again, the hero for UBC, the MVP. I think this is probably the most complete hero that we have seen at ARC Season 1 so far. Really, really impressive stuff. I think it's fair to say this is the team to beat right now, but we talked about it. There's still an opportunity. There's those little weaknesses that you got to find, and
Yeah.
of course, anything could happen. The robot could break. You know, a software update could get pushed and it just bricks your code. You know, nothing is for certain here in this competition. You always have to be diligent, always have to be checking every component, making sure your code is good, testing diligently, and right now UBC is checking all those boxes.
Yes, there's just so many different aspects you have to put together, because you can have a perfectly functioning robot with the code working, all the referee system working, everything going on, but if your strategy isn't working or something happens between drivers or something like this, it can be the difference between winning and losing. So being able to go into these matches both knowing what that other team is like, knowing what they're capable of, and also what you're capable of, and pulling off a good match has so many different aspects behind it.
Yeah, right now we can see the standings for Group A. Pacific Spirit strongly in control. They have secured their promotion out of Group A, so they will be moving on to the knockouts with 4 wins to their name. 12 points is their victory score, plus 1497. The second place team, 730, so really just impressive stuff from UBC. However, you will notice Robo Grinder now moved up to second place, passing Robo Rambler, and this is because of the head-to-head that we saw earlier, Robo Rambler losing to Robo Grinder. So Grinder, Virginia Tech, our reigning champions, currently sitting in second place with 7 points above the 6 points from Robo Rambler. That said, both of those teams, Robo Rambler has 2 more matches to play. Robo Grinder only has 1 more match. So if Robo Rambler can pull a victory somehow out of the remaining matches, I believe they still have to face, let's look ahead at our schedule. So Robo Grinder will need to play Polystar, so the team that just played.
Yep.
And if they can get a 2-0 for that, that will boost them up into second place over Grinder. And then
I have
their next
just seen,
match,
though, Robo Rambler has to go up against Pacific Spirit, which is
Yeah.
the team we just saw dominate.
that will be tomorrow morning. Pacific Spirit versus Robo Rambler. So Rambler, they've got their work cut out for them, but as we said, anything could happen, and I guarantee you they are watching this match with a hawk's eye, trying to spot any little deficit that they can exploit in their match tomorrow against Pacific Spirit, because if they can do that, or if something were to happen and Robo Grinder were to lose its match tomorrow, that opens the door for Georgia Tech and Robo Rambler to make it out of the group stage, knocking out our reigning champion, Robo Grinder from Virginia Tech.
That would be quite the upset to not have the reigning champion pass the group stage.
It would definitely be quite the upset indeed. Our next match, however, will be Robo Rambler versus Triton Robotics. So they're going to get a chance to get a few more points on the board.
So Triton Robotics is UCSD, which was very kind and hosted us last year. This year they've traveled to Purdue, our current hosts. We're very thankful for the teams who are able to host our competition. Without them, we would be unable to do anything. So it's always really important getting everything physically together and into a venue.
Yeah, and we've talked about it, or I think I mentioned it earlier, but the host curse, what we mean by that is every year that the host team has competed, they have not performed to their expectation.
Yeah.
And we say, you know, there's an advantage to hosting, and that is you have your full teams with you. You have your lab set up, all your tools, everything that you need to manufacture and repair your robots. That's all available. The downside is that you also have the added stress of hosting a competition, the added responsibility of hosting a competition. A lot of your members are volunteering as staff, as ball sweepers, as field manufacturers and repairmen. So you don't have your full lineup at all times, and you're pulled in so many different directions consistently that oftentimes your own robots can suffer.
And one of the major factors of this competition is the project management throughout the year leading up to the competition. Because there's so many aspects that goes into making a functioning robot that these college students are making throughout the year. So being able to get that scheduled correctly so that they're able to come to competition with a fully functional robot is a major challenge. And it's oftentimes one of the reasons that we see people getting to this competition with robots that aren't necessarily what they hoped for or were expecting in their competition.
Yeah.
Which, if you then are adding that pressure of hosting on top of your already packed project for the season, that is a lot of extra tasks you have to factor in.
It's a lot to handle at once, and I know specifically as now a volunteer and operator for this competition, there are so many moving pieces. Once again, thank you to the Legacy Sports Club for allowing us to hold the
Yes.
competition in this venue. It was a last-minute change. We were very concerned that, there wasn't going to be an ARC Season 1, which would have been very sad and unfortunate.
Yeah. But yeah, no, we were very lucky to be able to get into this venue last minute. They have been great to us. I'm sure everyone is having a great time because of the fact that we were able to get this. Otherwise, there just would not have been a competition.
Yeah, for sure. Special thank you to Legacy Sports Club, as well as our sponsors, Manifold Technologies and Mugen. Thank you for your support. We cannot do this without you. This next matchup, we saw Triton compete in the 1v1 a little bit during one of the breaks. We've seen them compete in the 3v3 as well, and they've been functional. They've been, I think, more functional than I've ever seen them personally competing in the 3v3, which is encouraging to see. You're seeing progress on the team. This very, I would say, usually a middle-tier team, now trying to make that next step, take it up a level, and become one of the more competitive teams. You can see here the robots. They're looking fantastic. I think
this is probably the best set I've seen come out of UCSD.
Always very nice-looking robots, UCSD, and their jerseys. We talked about it too. Matching jerseys, very nice, crisp ocean blue. So nice to look at.
Yeah. So
and
Triton
is that a hero?
Oh.
That is the hero for UCSD. This is the first time we have seen their hero in 3v3. It looks like they will be fielding all 3 robots this time. That is
so
really
exciting.
nice to see.
Yeah. So Triton Robotics is one of the oldest teams we have in this competition. The unfortunate thing is a lot of times when they get to the competition, we haven't seen them perform to their full potential. They've had really bad luck in terms of various small things going wrong that are really disrupting their flow at competition. So I'd love to see them be able to kind of break that curse this year. Unfortunately, they did have a little of a stumble is in the practice matches. One of their robots started smoking a bit.
We got the magic smoke.
Yeah, evacuated outdoors quite quickly. But hopefully, despite having that little bit of error, they are back on track. I'd love to see all their robots functioning.
Yeah, I have not seen it stop them in the least bit, and just goes to show you, we take safety very seriously here at ARC Robotics. We have safety protocols in place. Our referees are trained and aware of what to do in case there is an emergency, which, fingers crossed, we don't see any. But we are very well equipped to handle any situation that would happen. You can see there the Odin modules on the back of those robots from Manifold Technologies. Manifold, one of the sponsors of Triton Robotics, or Triton Robotics using that sensor package. Very nice to see here. An encouraging step forward, I think, for Triton, because they really haven't utilized, I think, a lot of the sensor fusion capabilities that have been available to teams to try to make their robots smarter. So it's really nice to see that they're taking a step in that direction with this current lineup.
Yeah, and on that safety aspect, I'd love to give a shout out and a call out to the people that are in person here. Please be wearing your safety goggles when you're in any of the critical zones. I've had to remind a few people a couple times, so I'd love if people can all make sure they're keeping their safety as a top priority as we're going throughout this competition.
Yes, please remember your PPE. That is your personal protective equipment, your safety goggles, and your gloves. Some of these robots, they can have sharp corners.
Yes, and as we were talking about, it can really hurt to get hit by one of these robots. So you can see that on this field, we have it surrounded in a net. We also have a practice area that is surrounded on all 4 sides in a net. Essentially, this is to stop any rogue projectiles from going outside an area that you're not really expecting to get hit by one.
Yeah, we try to give our audience a really close seat next to the field, give them a good viewing perspective, but we also want them to be safe and enjoy the show. So we try to put that net up for the safety of our audience members, as well as for our referees who are standing right outside, and for us as well. We've gotten a few projectiles come up over the net, though. We get a little bit of a grape here and there, a rogue grape.
Yeah. You will see, though, our pit crew are all wearing their safety goggles. Although most of these robots, when they're going through, they have them in a very considered state. If they know when they're turning on the flywheels, they know when they're testing various things. Is in the stress of the moment, you never know what might happen. Perhaps someone clicks the wrong thing, knocks a remote, something like that. So it's really important the teams are taking safety as a top priority.
Yeah, really like to see that. And right now, Team Triton Robotics from UCSD, making sure all 3 robots are ready to go. Looks like that. I really like, that's so cool. Those little metal sheets lifting up to expose the internals of their robots. Really nice, efficient way to access those robots while making sure those internals are protected.
Yes. So it's kind of interesting to see how the covers develop for each team over time. Like I know ARUW, for example, the covers used to be held on by these pins that were honestly incredibly annoying to get on and off, and especially in the stress of the competition environment, fingers shaking, that kind of thing. It could be quite an adventure to actually get those pins to stay on. The innovations over time, now I go and see the team, and the covers basically just pop on and off. They've implemented new things that mean that they don't have to be having the absolute panic I had when I couldn't get a pin to stay in place.
Quick, screwed in.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the quick release connects, we talked about it earlier, the SFU detachable head, very cool, innovative designs that make maintenance on these robots a lot easier. You can see here, though, the Georgia Tech lineup, all 3 robots ready to go. They are also using the Odin 1 from Manifold Technologies, so both of these robots are sponsored by Manifold Tech, which is really cool to see. You can see here, Georgia Tech ready to go. Their hero, their infantry, and their sentry. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but very similar chassis design. It looks like the only difference is probably their gimbal.
Yeah, so some teams, they'll take a kind of shared chassis and then develop off of that, where other teams like UCSD, as you can see, they have a very different base setup between their hero and their sentry and infantry.
Yeah, very different indeed. The hero, probably one of the biggest we've seen so far at ARC Robotics.
And it's going to be interesting to see how this hero navigates the field, because we've got some of those really tight turns and the ramps and things like that, and we've seen heroes get stuck on those ramps if they misbalance or go over at the wrong spot.
Yep, and here we go. Round 1 of this best of 2 match between Georgia Tech and Team Robo Rambler and UCSD Team Triton Robotics in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots. Triton Robotics infantry really quick out of the gate, but now going back to purchase projectiles. Their hero also purchasing projectiles and moving. Really like to see that from UCSD. Triton Robotics trying to get up the ramp with their hero. Not quite able to do it. Going back for a running start. Not having the same trouble is Georgia Tech, but they are almost getting up there. And now UCSD up on top of the high ground as well.
Wow, and we did hear some screams as well. The Georgia Tech standard almost got stuck on that ramp. It was interesting to see, but one of the big things about this competition is you'll hear the crowd cheering at moments you wouldn't necessarily think would be cheering moments, but a lot of times that's when they're seeing engineering elements they've worked on successfully happen. So when that hero got up on that higher ground, UCSD was cheering loud.
And unfortunately, that is where the hero will go down to Georgia Tech. The hero meeting its demise on that high ground. The hero for Georgia Tech putting on the pressure, as well as that infantry sitting in the center. UCSD being able to fire back, doing a little bit of chip damage, just a little tickle to the hero for Georgia Tech. Right now, Georgia Tech still sitting in the center, maintaining firm control of this match. The hero for UCSD trying to navigate back to its resupply zone, so heal up and unlock that shooting mechanism again. The infantry's now trading shots back and forth right there in front of the maze. The hero for Georgia Tech also coming down the ramp. Excellent navigation on the side of Georgia Tech. The sentry just kind of meandering in the corner, which is an interesting decision. I hope hopefully that's intentional.
I'm not I'd hope it is, but I don't think it is by the looks of it. It's moving extremely slowly. Where UCSD's sentry, we haven't seen it move at all since the game started. So it is interesting to see what this kind of 2-on-2 game is looking like.
Yeah, the hero for UCSD being able to push away, actually, the hero for Georgia Tech, forcing it to go back to the base and retreat and heal up. Now the infantry for Georgia Tech, the only one on the spot, keeping control of this game for Georgia Tech. UCSD down below half of their starting victory points. They're going to need to take out this infantry, push it off of that point if they want to maintain control and have a chance at bringing this back. Now the power issue for the infantry on Georgia Tech, it does not matter because their hero has come in to support them. Excellent teamwork from Georgia Tech, being able to tag team that robot. Now the infantry for UCSD, that blue 3 robot trying to put some pressure, chipping damage onto the standard, which has stopped spinning because, again, of that power issue. Georgia Tech needs to be very careful here. Their infantry going down to half health. And now UCSD taking control of the point, taking points away from Georgia Tech. This is going to be very critical if they are going into a tie with Robo Grinder, at the end of the day. So Georgia Tech needs to quickly get control again of this point so that way they don't lose any more victory points. The Hero doing a lot of damage to that blue infantry right there and taking it down. Really great teamwork.
Yeah, so unfortunately UCSD at their last 10 victory points, but they are putting in a good match. I'm glad to see both the Hero and the Standard working. They are trying as hard as they can to keep control of that center point. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen for this round.
Yeah, that will be the victory for the red side. Georgia Tech Team Robo Rambler getting the quick victory in round 1. But we talked about it. This is impressive to see from Triton Robotics, right? We have not seen, I think, a really functional hero from them in the 3v3 competition. And their infantry also, really fantastic job. It was very mobile, I think. You know, a little accuracy issues, but that could also just be some driver learning curve. I know I personally, I can't be one to criticize anyone's accuracy personally.
Yes.
So, but you can see here the stats, 1,500 damage from the side of Georgia Tech, 3 kills, 17 hero projectiles launched, so their hero was very involved in the fight. We really like to see that because the hero, again, one of the most powerful robots in this current meta.
All right.
And
So
yeah, that hero getting the round MVP. Really nice to see that from Georgia Tech. Again, one of our less, I think, expected teams to do well in this regard. You know, they are a veteran team. They've competed since 2021, the start of this competition, back when we were branded as RMNA. They were part of an alliance team, I believe, that competed. So they've, you know, come a few times. I believe they also came in 2023 and I want to say 2025 as well. So, you know, they've come almost every other year pretty much, and they haven't really showcased this level of performance. So
yeah,
really impressive
it's
stuff
exciting
to see. Yeah, they had a really close match against Virginia Tech, the Robo Grinder, yesterday. That was really close. So the team showcasing that, you know what, they are here now. They've got the robots to compete. They're trying to also move up to that upper echelon of teams, the ones that are trying to get out of the group stage, compete in that knockout round.
Yeah, and seeing these group stage matches be so competitive has been really exciting. So previously at this point, a lot of teams have not been able to succeed as much as they had this year. So it just means that we're going to have a even more exciting bracket going forward after this group stage.
Yeah, really exciting stuff to see. And for Georgia Tech, that is the first round. They will need to secure the 2-0 if they want to move back ahead of Robo Grinder. But losing those few victory points earlier, it could come back to bite them. And we will see that play out later as Group A finishes up its matches.
Yeah, so one thing that's important is even if they're winning the match, is any tie breaks that are going to happen in this group stage come down to the number of victory points. So the teams need to be making sure that they're absolutely maximizing every single round that they play. Yeah,
they need to be very aware of what the standings currently look like. If you are curious of what those standings look like, you can follow along as well. lightning.arc-robotics.org. You can follow the schedule, see the live standings updated for both the 3v3 and the 1v1, so that way you won't miss your favorite team. So go ahead and check that out. We will also be having our engineer competition later on in the week, so that'll be really fun to watch. I've seen several engineers in the pits, and some of them are looking really impressive.
One robot in particular that I'm so excited for is the Aerodub engineer. I don't know if you've seen it in person yet.
Yeah, the Halo.
It's amazing
It's such a
to
cool
look
design.
at. Yes. And shout out to Carson on Aerodub, who's been heading the design on that. Absolutely innovative stuff.
Really cool things to see. We will see that competition again later in the week. Right now, though, we are getting into round 2 of this best of 2 match between Georgia Tech and UCSD, Team Robo Rambler versus Team Triton Robotics. And I jinxed it, unfortunately. We're in a technical timeout. Nope.
And we're good.
We're good. I love it when that happens. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots. Georgia Tech with a yellow card on their sentry. It started outside of the zone, or it left a little bit early, so that is going to impact them. Oh, maybe not quite. You can see it slowly moving its way towards the center.
Oh.
The hero getting in the way of it.
Got a little bit of a rush of energy there. But yeah, in that initialization period, it had moved out of that zone, which meant that they were given that yellow card immediately upon the start.
But the quick duo kill for the side of Georgia Tech taking out the hero and the infantry. The hero for UCSD now on the wrong side of the map. That is not your base, buddy.
Yeah, dangerous territory, low on health. Hopefully it'll be able to somehow eventually someday make it back to its own base to get that health point back.
Yeah, and critically, they're also going to need to get back to their base in order to unlock their launching mechanism. When a robot is eliminated, its launching mechanism will lock up until it goes back to its home base. So, as long as it is staying out there, it cannot shoot any projectiles. So right now, it's just a sitting duck, basically offering free target practice, and Georgia Tech is ignoring it.
And it's also kind of, if it's going to sit out there and do that, it might as well be a big meat guard for its other robot. But it's kind of just chilling in the wrong corner. So I do wonder if there's perhaps something going on with the drive of the robot or the way it's functioning mechanically that is causing the driver to be unable to bring it back to its home base.
Right. We had seen that exact strategy implemented with Polystar, as we mentioned earlier. In some of their matches, they use their hero even after it gets eliminated to act as kind of a meat shield for their infantry on that center point. However, unfortunately, UCSD is in a wrong spot, and a little bit dangerous maneuver from that Georgia Tech infantry, but able to successfully get to the center again.
Yeah, and they're doing practice, getting a sense of how some of the other matches are going to go, getting comfortable moving around the different parts of the field.
And now the sentry for Georgia Tech going down to below half health. The infantry for UCSD trying to take it down. That sentry for Georgia Tech was not looking at anything right there. It was kind of just meandering. However, thankfully, Georgia Tech was able to get enough victory points to get the quick 2-0 victory. This will put them in a good position to get out of their group, but once again, it's going to be close. You can see here 1,300 damage and 4 kills for Georgia Tech. 12 hero projectiles launched and 17 millimeters, and the engineers there, really nice shout out to them. I love these driver pictures that we got. You can see the personality of the UCSD drivers. They're having fun.
You know what? I am just so happy to see the UCSD robots out there and functioning. It's a really exciting bar for them to have passed, especially when looking at some of the things they've had to face in order to get their robots to this point.
Yep, and then the hero, the MVP for this match, I think that's a very fair assessment. The hero was very, very impactful, taking out the robots from UCSD. But you know what? Good showing on UCSD. Again, we talked about it. They're making progress on their robots year after year. Really nice to see. And now we're into a 1v1 match between, this looks like Queen's University in the red versus the Texas Aimbots in the blue. Wow, this will be an interesting matchup. Both of these teams in the same group in 3v3 as well. So this may be a bit of a grudge match for what is to come.
All right, and they're waiting for their timer to start there. You can see they're kind of prepping the red 3. You see them wiggling around a bit, getting prepped and ready to go.
Both of these teams very familiar with each other. They faced in the 1v1 in 2024 as well. Or 2023, I'm sorry, 2023.
All right, and they're off. Both immediately
teams
taking fire as they move out of the protective zone.
Yeah, you can see that purple glowing barrel for the Texas Aimbots indicating that they had either an overspeed or an overheat. And now Queens surprising them, but also overheating a little bit. Both of these teams need to be very careful.
So the power limits that the teams are allowed to use on the 1v1 are different than the settings for 3v3. So sometimes the controls code that happens to help the teams be aware of these limits sometimes doesn't always work out if they're using the same code between the two games. So sometimes you'll see this overheating happening, but some teams will also take advantage of this extra speed they're allowed in 1v1 and kind of build that overheating into their strategy.
Yeah, unfortunately, that turret for the Texas Aimbots not looking very stable at all. It is kind of looking up and down and looking side to side, moving around, wobbling a lot. That is not a good firing platform to have if you are the Texas Aimbots, whereas Queen's University, you can see it is very stable, very stationary, low to the ground, not moving at all, not a whole lot of movement. Very nice to see. Both of these teams, though, still fairly even in the health bars from what I can see.
All right, both taking a bit of a defensive break before they come back again to do another offensive push.
And you can see once again the Queen's infantry overheating its barrel a little bit. Now the Texas Aimbots trying to push and put the pressure on. These are only 2-minute matches, so a lot shorter than our 3v3 rounds that we are used to seeing.
And with the extra speed they can have with the projectiles, these matches can finish so fast.
And it looks like Queens was able to secure the victory, taking out the Texas Aimbots with a very accurate volley right there at the end. Really nice stuff to see from Queens Robotics team. The Texas Aimbots, nice to see the infantry moving around now. I think there's a little bit of a hardware issue probably going on there. Once again, that turret was a little bit unsteady, it looked like, a little bit wobbly, sometimes jiggling around, but really nice to see them competing here with Queens Robotics team. Both of these teams, like I mentioned before, competed in 2024 in the 1v1 competition. I believe it was either 2024 or 2023. It was the year that Tamu actually won the 1v1 competition. They went through Queens Knights Robotics teams, so both these teams familiar with each other, especially in the 1v1 matchup.
Yep, and we just see the teams getting reset there, making sure there's enough physical projectiles in the robot before they go ahead.
Yeah, you can see it looks like that turret does not look completely level or centered. I'm not sure what that is, but it looks a little bit just not symmetric right there.
They've just, from the looks of it, they decided though that it's not going to be something they can fix within this time between the rounds.
That's very true. Some of these teams, it's kind of we talked about it I think earlier, or at least me and Jordan may have talked about it, but the question of, do I use a technical timeout to try to fix an issue, or do I basically say, okay, I can't fix it now, it's not something I can fix in this time period, I need to go back to my pits, get my crew, get my tools, get my setup, and try to fix it there.
And again, this is where we see the duct tape come in as a favor tool. I would love to see some extra duct tape going on. Like, it almost feels like a sacrilege that we don't see teams automatically carrying a big roll of duct tape onto the field with them.
Yeah, the tactical duct tape is very rare to see these days, but sometimes you see it. I'm trying to pull up the rankings right now, so it looks like the Texas Aimbots are in 18th right now, and QKRT is in 20th, so very similar positions in the 1v1 competition.
All right, and we can see right now one of our 1v1 refs, Tudor, is out there helping get everything working before the match.
And for those of you with us here in the 3v3 stream, we will get back to the 3v3 shortly, but we are checking out the 1v1. If you want to check it out for sure, you can follow that on our YouTube channel. Go ahead and check that out. The 1v1 stream is over there. You can see all the camera angles and follow along closely, as well as watch your favorite team compete if you are following along in Lightning. So go to lightning.arc-robotics.org and check it out.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, our next matchup between CU Robotics and the McFalcons. So this one, also a very critical matchup, because this one is going to have an effect on the Group B standings. So if I pull that up right here on my pad, CU Robotics is in first place currently. They are sitting there with 2 victories, but they've only played once is the key.
Yes.
And so they haven't been able to fully test out everything. From what I've heard, there are some things that they would like to still explore. The McFalcons, they've played 3 games. They've got 2 victories under the belt and 1 loss. Their only loss was to Queens, who we just saw in the 1v1. However, they lost to their 3v3 lineup. But that is their only loss. Other than that, the McFalcons were able to beat the Texas Aimbots earlier, as well as beat Fang. Fang forfeited to the McFalcons. So McFalcons sitting in second place with the victory over CU, they could take first place and solidify that spot.
Yeah.
So
CU's really looking to get through this group stage.
Yeah.
They have always been a team to watch for in these competitions. However, they've had some errors going on, especially thinking of last year, where their robots have not done so well in terms of sustainability throughout the game.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, throughout the competition as a whole, not just the games themselves. So they are really looking to have a good year this year and be consistent throughout.
And one of the key points that I want to make here, if we could pull up the group standings just really quick before the match starts, it is important to note that CU Robotics is the only team in their group that does not have a penalty. So right now they are sitting in first with 6 points. If they win this round, they will have locked their position out of the group stage. They will have locked that first place up. For Queens Robotics and Texas Aimbots, who are sitting in 3rd and 4th respectively, they are hoping that CU does that, because if the McFalcons take the victory off of CU, then it will be out of reach for either of those 2 teams to make it out of groups. So we could see the finalization of the Group B standings here with this match.
Yes. And I'm sure that the Mac Falcons right now are regretting not getting in some of their examinations earlier in the season. Those points are kind of coming back to bite them now.
Yeah, I guarantee you all of those teams are regretting it right now. This is going to come back and bite them for sure. You can see here our next matchup that we were waiting on is the CU Robotics versus the Mac Falcons. And then right after that, the deciding factor, if this one does not do it, Queenslight's Robotics team versus the Texas Aimbots. So both those teams just competed in 1v1. They will have to go back at it in the 3v3, but that will be after dinner. So after this match, we will cut to our dinner break, and we will join back up again at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. So whatever time zone you are in, make sure to tune in again after that dinner break.
And
Chat
those
saying,
matches,
"Go Buffs!" Love to see the
yeah.
support for Colorado University.
the matches coming up after the dinner break look like they're going to be really fun to watch. So I'm excited for those ones.
Really, really fun stuff coming up here. You can see now the CU Robotics team loading their robots into the field, and all three robots are there. So the Hero, the Infantry, and the Sentry. And I talked about it earlier, but I think the robustness from the CU robots looks a lot better. I think in years past, they have been very small, very sleek, but they lack that type of robustness and durability that you want to see in a robot that's going to take a lot of nicks and punches. These robots looking a lot more sturdy.
They definitely look like they're going to be a lot less penetrable for any stray errors or stray bullets coming at them. I'm excited to see how they do. They have not had as much field time because they have had some of their earlier matches forfeited, so I'm sure their drivers are absolutely itching to get driving on this field.
I am sure of that as well. 3 bots. Sco Buffs says Jack Pregler. Jack, what are you doing in the chat? Why aren't you out here? Really cool to see the Is Jack on the field?
I would not be surprised. But right now we're looking at the Mac Falcons robots down there getting ready. Interesting setup they have going there is they have the Sentry on the left, and they've kind of squeezed both their Hero and their Standard into that right-hand corner. They've got them lined up. Perhaps this is kind of a strategy in terms of they know they want that Hero moving forward first, then getting that Standard later, and they want to give that Sentry some more space and room to move.
Yeah, and 3 functional robots on the side of McMaster as well. And they are showing a QR code to their Sentry. That is very interesting. I've never seen that one before.
No. So a good thing to note as well as we're looking at the field in this view is around the edges of the field, you can see these black and white tiles. These are to be used by the sentries to help them kind of get a sense of where they are on the field. So the different spots around the field all have different squares. So the sentry can use each of these ones to properly locate itself and therefore navigate the field as a whole.
Yeah, those airco tags definitely aiding in the navigation for those sentries, helping them to find their way around the field. As we talked about, the Intelligent Sentry is an excellent addition to any 3v3 lineup and going to be a critical component moving on in the knockout stage.
All right, and we're down to the last 13 seconds of setup before the match. The last of the CU team is getting off the field now. The referee's hopping out, and we're getting ready to go.
We've entered a technical timeout here. So hopefully there are no issues preventing the teams from starting this match. Once again, this is a Group B matchup between CU Robotics and McFalcons. This could determine the standings of Group B or leave it up for a later time period. McFalcons trying to secure their spot out of the group. CU also trying to secure their spot.
All right, we're just waiting on that technical timeout to get going. This year, we've been very lucky in that our technical timeouts have been resolved really quickly. It's taking a little bit more time this time, but I'm sure we'll be going soon.
I see both teams are standing on the outside of those netted walls, waiting for this match to start as well. Looks like the referee system is having a little bit of an issue getting this match started, but hopefully it will be resolved shortly. And And once again, talking about the 3 functional robots, the criticality of having all 3 functional and ready is not enough to simply field 3 robots. You need all 3 robots contributing, I think, to your team strategy, because we've seen a couple of sentries get put on the field and then they just sit in their base, right? They don't really do anything. We've seen a hero that, gets fielded, but it kind of just sits in the back, doesn't really move. If it does move, it barely moves. So you don't want to just have a robot on the field just to have it on the field, right? You want something that's going to contribute to your victory.
And previously with these games, sometimes having those spare robots on the field, even if they're not functional, can actually give you a protective buffer. However, that's not true of the game this year. They need to be able to actively move around the field.
But we are getting into it in 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots. CU Robotics versus McFalcons. Both teams coming out the gate really fast. The Sentry for McFalcons, the first to the center point, and focusing down the hero for Colorado, who takes a chunk of its health, going down to half, having to retreat right away, not able to, as the hero from McFalcons takes it out.
McFalcons are being confident in how they're playing this game, and they are already getting quite a lot of victory points from holding that center and taking down that hero.
And we talked about it, even though there were 3 bots on the field, the Sentry for CU Robotics has not made its appearance. Right now, it is just the infantry and the hero trying to 2v3 this, but the Sentry for McFalcons doing a lot of work. As I say that, gets taken down with a quick double tap from the CU hero.
So I'm a little surprised that we don't see one of the McFalcon robots moving up to take over the center point. Neither team's kind of controlling it. CU has the opportunity to come in quickly and get that center.
And here they come, the infantry for CU Robotics moving quickly to take down the infantry for McFalcons, going 1v1 right now, taking it down to half health, forcing that robot to retreat. And now the Sentry for McFalcons falling back to the far corner on that blue side.
Yeah, this is one of those examples of perhaps a bit of a miscommunication happening, as they were putting, or basically leaving points on the table by not having one of their robots waiting in that area while the other one is able to go back and get better, essentially.
And we just saw another quick double tap kill from the CU hero onto the McMaster hero, and now a kill for the CU infantry onto the McMaster's infantry. Now the Sentry for McMaster coming back out after healing up, launching projectiles, locking onto that red number 3 robot, but it is stuck between the hero and the infantry. It needs to turn around. It does not know that it is being flanked right now.
And even though it's being shot at, that CU standard is staying in the middle. It's doing the important work of keeping that spot.
And a quick hit from the hero on McMaster against that CU infantry, that red number 3, forces it to retreat.
And quickly, the McFalcons are getting their standard out into that center point, and as quickly as they were able to get CU off of it, they're taking control of it.
Yeah, and right now the game is still very close. It could be anyone's game. 128. CU still in the lead technically, and they're going deep. 1v3 versus McFalcons. They take out the hero. The infantry stuck behind it. Now the Sentry stuck behind the hero of the McFalcons. Now the CU infantry making its way back to the base to heal up.
So we can see it's gone back, gotten some health. Now it's heading back to the center. This is the view that a pilot has on the field. They cannot see anything other than this when they're in a match.
Yeah, an excellent glimpse into the amount of stress and the hecticness that they have to deal with. A quick elimination for the CU infantry. It is starting to take over this match. Now turning its attention to that Sentry for the McFalcons, which has parked itself right up against the barrier on the high side. The hero stealing that kill really quick now. Getting the quick double kill. CU Robotics taking control of this game here in this second half.
The McFalcons are doing really good. They're trying hard. However, CU just seems to be absolutely down pat in terms of their strategy.
Yeah, CU really doing a good job of communicating with both of their robots, alternating who is taking which aggression, and focusing only one robot at a time. I really like to see that. Instead of splitting their focus amongst several robots, wow, a quick double tap from CU. Not quite able to take out that infantry. As I say that, the third shot lands, and CU secures the victory in round 1.
So I'm sure CU is feeling really good to have had that match go successfully after they've had a less time on the field due to some forfeits by earlier teams.
A really, really close match. You can see the victory point difference, only 90 points here for CU. McMaster did a good job of pressuring them early on in that match. 2,400 damage to 2,000 damage, 6 kills to 1, 26 hero projectiles to 16, I think the kills was really what sold it for CU. They were able to secure those with that quick double tap feature that they've put onto their hero, launching 2 projectiles in quick succession, able to delete a health bar of any robot. You can see a well-deserved MVP here.
And also quickly within the match is when they kill those other robots, it allows their robot to gain levels. And those levels basically, the best way to put it is like amp up the power of the robot. Like the robot's able to move faster, shoot faster. So getting those early kills both gets them some victory points and is able to make their robots more effective throughout the rest of the match.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from CU Robotics. I would like to see that Sentry get involved in this second round, however. We saw it early on in the match, actually for the duration of the match, did not really do anything. It just kind of sat there on the edge of their resupply zone, just present in the match, but not really contributing. And as we said, if you're going to make it out of the groups and make it deep into the knockout bracket, you are going to need 3 functional robots, a hero, a sentry, and an infantry. And right now, the only team that had that was McMaster. Now, McMaster did lose that round due to some excellent driving and strategy and accuracy from CU. But if they are smart and they are careful, they can take the second round and split this 1-1 with CU, our runners-up from last year.
Yeah, and we saw one of the CU members out there with a laptop connected to their sentry. So hopefully in this next match, we'll see some more action out of the CU sentry.
Really, really impressive stuff from McMaster, showcasing that they are back and here to compete. And from CU, really showcasing that they are still at that level that we saw from them last year. The only difference is they are without their sentry. So if they can get that sentry online, this is a CU team to watch out for.
So one thing is interesting is I was just able to hear one of the CU robots doing its Beyblade or the spinning body mode, which you don't always hear on the robots. So I wonder what was making that sound.
It may have been the wheels just spinning up on that infantry robot right there.
Yes, you're right. But we do still see the laptop out on the field, so wondering what's happening there. They've got 30 seconds left. Actually, both teams are still out. McFalcons are also on the field, perhaps finishing off some final repairs, but we see the CU team leaving the field now, so hopefully their sentry is doing what they want it to do.
See McMaster still on the field with only 10 seconds left. They may need to call a technical timeout if they can't get out of the field in time.
And this might be a critical time to do it, given that their standing within the competition really is based upon some of this match.
Yep, and you can see here we are in a technical timeout to be determined if that was called by the McFalcons team or if that was a referee timeout. For those of you who are confused on the difference, the head referee can call a technical timeout if there is an issue on the ref system, the server side of things, not allowing the robots to either connect to the game or an issue with maybe the pilot computers. The teams can call a timeout if there is an issue that they need to fix on their robots. So maybe a wire came unplugged, maybe a piece fell off that they want to reattach. A team can then call a technical timeout and address that issue. They only get 2 of those per the rules for the group stage. So they have to use those sparingly, but it's either use it or lose it. And so for McMaster, if they did call the timeout here, this is a great use, I think, because you stand a good chance, I think, of taking round 2 if you can just fix a few of your issues.
Yes. And if you don't need those timeouts throughout your time in the competition, that is obviously a good thing. However, they are very useful if you have some of those fixes that could be the difference between losing and winning. Like if it is something that just requires that extra minute just to get it back in place, it's totally worth it to take that technical timeout.
Yep, we're still here waiting on a status for those McMaster robots. Hopefully we can get the second round started shortly here. And then, as a reminder, we will cut to our dinner break after this match. And then we will be back at 7 p.m. with Queens Knights Robotics team versus the Texas Aimbots. So, 2 Group B matchups. This one right here that you're watching right now, and then again after dinner.
And then the other 2 matches that we have after dinner are Airdub versus Boilerbots, and then the Ridgebots versus Ascension. Both of those matches should also be very interesting matches to watch. I'm excited to see those.
Yeah, very exciting stuff coming up here after the dinner break. chat is saying CU cooking. Yeah, they are indeed. You can see the CV for that infantry robot locking onto those McMaster robots in round 1 very quickly. Very snappy robots at CU. Always very, very impressive to see those gimbals snap to their target really fast and lock on like that. And we are out of the technical timeout and loading back into the match. So, round 2 between CU Robotics and the McFalcons. We are going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots.
All right, McFalcon moving out with their hero. Their sentry is going fast, round on that bumpy road and into the center spot to get those initial victory points off of CU.
And once again, the CU infantry trying to take some early shots onto that McFalcon's sentry, just sitting there. The hero also trying to take a few shots. It hasn't launched any projectiles yet. And going down quickly to below half health. Now it launches a few projectiles, does some damage, but goes down really low, has to go back and retreat to their base. Both CU robots having to go and retreat now.
Took quite a lot of damage for both robots on CU. Unfortunately, it looks like their sentry still isn't working. But I'd like to see what happens as they're going against McFalcons, because that was a very, very strong opener from the McFalcons.
Really strong performance indeed. Oh, and a big push from, and there you go.
And there's my yellow card. Yeah. I am really excited to see that happen.
You were just waiting for that, weren't you?
Yes.
Right back into the action, though. No time to waste. The infantries for both teams going at it in the center now. CU dueling with the infantry from McMaster. Now the hero coming in to support that infantry very low. One hero shot should take it out, but the hero not able to launch any projectiles, it looks like. Nope, there goes one right now, but it only counts as a 20 millimeter, or sorry, a 17 millimeter, only doing 20 damage. The infantry, though, here to support and clean it up. CU now in control of that point, getting the quick double kill and the triple kill.
Aced.
The McMaster team aced in that one quick moment. Both the CU robots very efficient with their movements. And now flanking onto the blue side is the CU robot, taking out the infantry before it has a chance to heal in the resupply zone.
That was a really sneaky move. He just like snuck back around there. So even as they went around on the bumpy road, CU was there waiting for them.
Waiting indeed, waiting and ready to take him down. Now the CU robot trying to climb up the ramp gets over. Taking a little bit of damage, though, from the sentry.
The poor McFalcon's hero is just limping back to its own resupply zone after that yellow card.
Yeah, you can clearly see there is some type of software or electrical issue there going on. And the sentry for McMaster falling once again. Now the infantry, the focus of the aggression from CU.
All right, only 21 victory points left for the McFalcons. CU has been efficient and brutal in this match.
Yeah, and CU just standing on the victory point now. The sentry trying to push its way into the center as well.
The hero's also limping back out. It hasn't gained any health, but maybe they're thinking they'll use it as like a meat guard.
Maybe, but it has not unlocked its launching mechanism. But a quick volley out of Queens takes out the CU hero, and Queens takes control of the center zone again. This could turn really, really quickly. 2 minutes left in the match still. This could go any way. But CU is said enough is enough, and they take out the McMaster infantry and secure the round 2 victory. It's clean 2-0 sweep for CU. They have secured their spot in the knockouts. Really nice to see from them, but oof, that is got to be something that gets their hearts racing.
Yeah, that was a great match to watch. I really liked how the McFalcons took charge of what they were seeing as their destiny. Like, they really went after it. Even when it looked like there wasn't much left for them, their victory points were nearly 0, they still went in and went after CU with full abandon.
Yeah, and you can see here the 1,600 damage basically on both sides. 7 enemy kills versus 1. However, I think the CU hero definitely the defining factor in this round, able to get those kills. Yep, there it is, CU hero, the MVP for this round again, well deserved. CU Robotics punching their ticket into the knockout stage. If we could get a quick look at the group standings really quick, actually. The Group B standings, I believe those will have been updated. And we're still waiting for those standings to update in the system. There they are. So as you can see, CU Robotics with 3 victories now and 9 points and no penalties applied, they have secured their spot in the knockout stage. You won't see any visual difference, but if you do the math, they have secured their spot. McFalcons now sitting with 2 wins and 2 losses. They are done. They can get no more points. They are stuck at 4, and that is their victory point delta, 338. It is really important and critical, though, that they were able to push CU so hard that has kept their victory point delta very, very high. So the only other teams really in contention right now are Queen's Knights Robotics team and the Texas Aimbots, both sitting with 1 victory and 1 loss and 20-point delta for their victory as well. Both of them are searching for another victory. If either of those 2 teams, they have 2 more matches, Queens and Texas Aimbots. If they can get 2 more victories, then they will punch their ticket above McFalcons. However, one of those matches will be against each other, and that is coming up after dinner. So one of these teams could possibly eliminate the other if they aren't careful.
And that could also be an explanation as to why the McFalcons were trying so hard through the absolute last second.
100%.
Is those different victory points are going to make all the difference depending on how these next few matches go for the teams ranked 3rd and 4th in Group B currently.
Yeah, very, very exciting stuff to see. Again, we're going to cut to our dinner break. We will be back at 7 p.m. Eastern time, so convert that to whatever time zone you are in, and we will see y'all after the break.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of like talk to people and make friends, and so it allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling, it's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members the entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the new teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so it allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members the entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so it allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members' entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spent 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
But I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so it allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members the entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so it allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members' entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it. Like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members' entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend like 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was like the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
But I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it. Like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members' entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spent 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
But I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so it allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members' entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, and, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the new teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
But I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so it allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members' entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's of work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend like 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was like the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the new teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members' entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, and, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so it allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members the entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members the entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about, after joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members' entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's of work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend like 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was like the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the new teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members' entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, and, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spent like 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was like the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so it allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it. Like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members' entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so it allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members' entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend like 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was like the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so it allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it. Like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members' entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, and, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend like 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was like the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so it allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members the entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend like 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was like the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
But I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members' entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spent like 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was like the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members the entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend like 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was like the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so it allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members the entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with Cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so it allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members' entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's of work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
But I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so it allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members' entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them, but it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real, which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of talk to people and make friends, and so allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, I guess 5-6 members' entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, we lose the match once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking? And, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spent like 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future, because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something, and then you put your robot into a match, and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was like the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be.
Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you had a good dinner. Preston, welcome to the desk.
Hey, thanks, Steven. I am so excited to be here. Always love being here, commentating. I've been producing so far this year. The matches have been incredible. And we are getting down to the end of group stage, which means even though these matches are worth the same amount of points as the previous ones, these ones have immediate consequences that can be very permanent.
Very immediate consequences. Specifically, we're looking at Group B right now, because that is the next match that is coming up between Queens Knights and Texas Aimbots. And this one could decide the outcome of who gets out of Group B.
That's right. So if we have a second, Ben, and you can throw us over to the group standings, we'll take a look at Group B. We have potential for a three-way tie. There's also potential that Queens just shuts it down right now. Taking a look at Group B, Colorado doing well, second place last year, and they're going to make it out.
They're secured. They've got their ticket punch. They are in first place firmly. There is no way that they can lose that right now. So right now, the other three teams that you were looking at are McFalcons, QKRT, and the Texas Aimbots fighting for second place. You will notice that right now McFalcons is in second place. However, McFalcons did lose to Queens yesterday.
That's right. So Texas Aimbots and QKRT still tied up, 1-1, both with the penalty, going against one another. Here's the situation. If Texas Aimbots beats QKRT in a 2-0, wins the best of two, I believe we'll enter a three-way tie.
Barring the result between Queens Knights and Fang, and then the Texas Aimbots versus CU, yes, we have the potential for a three-way tie.
And so far, Fang has been competing in 1v1, actually won their first 1v1 match today.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Fang. But has struggled to be able to field enough bots for a 3v3. So if we move on the assumption that will continue for tomorrow, we would have Texas Aimbots and CU Robotics. And the only way Aimbots would be able to really secure themselves a position then would be able to take some rounds off of CU, which is going to be a very tall task.
A very tall order indeed for the Texas Aimbots. We have seen them compete only once before, with not including their forfeit from Fang. So they didn't look that great in their match against McFalcons.
A very, very exciting group. And I mean, either way that this goes, it's just cinema, honestly. We're either at a three-way tie where it's going to come down to head-to-heads that are in a circle. So it's going to go down to victory points, where that point differential, the VP delta, that's a point differential at the end of the game, how many victory points you have left, how many victory points you took off of your opponent. And it's going to be the sum of those across all of their matches that ends up being the tiebreaker. Or is Texas A&M able to pull off the crazy, Golden Road Cinderella story from fourth place in their group, struggling to get functional bots? Are they going to be able to overcome Queens Knights and then take a round off of CU? So many interesting storylines to be had. Or can Queens shut it all down tonight?
They can take it in their hands right now if they win this match against the Texas Aimbots. I'm very excited to see this one. This is going to determine the Group B standings, potentially, for the night.
Chat, if you know anyone that cares about these teams, is just a big Arc Robotics fan, or likes interesting brackets of crazy battling robots, send them the link, bring them on over here. We'd love to have y'all in the chat. Hoping y'all get hyped in there. Make your prediction. I've left a big, fat 15-minute prediction in so that you still have time if you're rolling in just before the match starts. Let us know, do you think it's going to go the way of the aimbots for Queen's Knights, or do you think it's going to be a tie?
That would be a very interesting outcome, because if they tie, then I think that secures McFalcon's promotion actually out of Group B.
Crazy. This is a crazy group. So many different scenarios. I mean, this is really like a million different universes. There's, I think, one that gets Texas Aimbots, maybe two out. There's a couple that make Queen's Knights out, and there's one or two that make McFalcons out. So interesting to see what they end up doing. Steven, let's talk strategy. This changes how you might want to play the game based on the team you're on.
Yeah, it does. If you're the Texas Aimbots, you need to be very dominant in this matchup. You need that 400 victory points. You don't want to surrender, and you've got to be very aggressive out of the get-go.
Okay, but at the same time, if you're Texas Aimbots, you can't lose a round.
That's also true.
Which means you're probably very scared of being aggressive. You can't lose. If you're Queen's Knights, you know that you basically just need to... They need to win a round.
Yeah, they need to win a round.
If they win a round,
does
that make the McFalcons win?
If they win a round and they have the head-to-head against McFalcons and they end up tying with the same number of points, they would break the tiebreaker.
Crazy situation. Crazy situation. Chat, let us know what you think is going to happen. Vote in the prediction. Thank you guys so much for tuning in after our dinner break. Really excited to be getting to this match. Both teams are on the field sidelines. They're in those zones, getting ready to go in. So we should have our match pretty much right on schedule. Big shout outs to our volunteers that have been keeping this running so smoothly this year. This group stage is, knock on wood, but running smoother and faster than it has ever done. We've kept the schedule, and shout out to the teams as well as we start looking at the robots for Texas A&M.
Yeah, you can see here all three robots from the Texas Aimbots ready to go. This is the first time we will see all three at once. So hopefully all three of those are working. We saw them field two earlier, but only one was working. So hopefully they've managed to work out some of the kinks in those, get the software tuned in, because otherwise this could be a very short match.
This standard hopper is massive.
Massive hopper.
If y'all have watched some of our previous content before on this channel, you'll know that in years past, we had a magical silver ladle that you were allowed to reach through the net with and put more projectiles physically into your robot. That is no longer allowed. So teams are starting to increase hopper sizes. That way they don't run out of physical projectiles during their game.
Yeah, and critically, the teams that don't have that large hopper are strategically limited in how frequently they can engage the opponent, because if they run out of those physical ones, then they're stuck for the remainder of the match, and if the other team realizes that, they just can sit on that point, continue to chew down your victory points.
We just got a real nice upfront look on the Texas A&M Hero, those flywheels. One of the shorter ball paths that we've seen from heroes. We see a lot of heroes this year with very, very elongated ball paths that can cause some delay in firing if you don't have a good indexing system. As they start to pick up their robots, the Sentry from Texas A&M is the one bot we haven't seen fielded yet. It'll be exciting to see if it is the difference maker, if it is the robot that will push them across this finish line and help them make it out of groups again.
And Preston, this is your first time on the desk, so I'm eager to ask you this question. Which robot do you think is going to be the most dominant? Do you agree with the current meta that the hero is the difference maker, or do you think a good Sentry can outmatch a good hero?
Steven, I was actually interviewing Queen's Knights before this match, getting some content. Make sure y'all are following and subscribing our channels. You'll see some of that post-produced stuff drop. But the driver was discussing with me their strategy and said that part of their strategy was to focus on that hero aggression. They feel like that hero meta you've identified is accurate and correct. When I'm watching Texas A&M, I can't help but think that they're going to lean on the performance of their standard. Former 1v1 standard champions, we've seen and talked ad nauseum about the 1v4 carry potential that A&M standard with the double barrels, with the excellent driver performance, with the strategy lead, has been able to have through the years, that has helped kind of put some patches on the boat when their hero or their Sentry isn't performing.
Yeah, you talk about that 1v1 standard championship that A&M got back in 2023. However, this is a new team, and with new teams come new strategy. New strategies can deliver different results.
One Ton Super, first time chat in the chat. is in this small group, maybe not that small, who's rooting for McMaster, so they are vicariously rooting for Texas A&M.
Okay.
Some just this afternoon Texas A&M fans rooting for the aimbots, hoping that it helps push McMaster down their own path out of groups.
Well, McMaster losing to Queens earlier in the group stage, they are definitely hoping that TAMU can take one off of them. Otherwise, Queens could very well set themselves up to progress out of the group stage, knocking McMaster out.
Let's take a peek at these Queens bots. Red Standard 3, whoa! Red Standard 3, Hopper only looks about half full. I don't really see an upside to keeping like a not maximum level. Even if you don't have a lid and you're going to spill some projectiles when you go over a bump, you're not penalized for spilling any of the projectiles. You don't really want to do it on your side of the map because it will make driving a little bit trickier, a little bit bumpier. But hopefully this is something that, I mean, hopefully it's on purpose and they know that it's happening. I don't want their driver to be surprised by the number of projectiles they have to use during the round.
Well, you did mention that interview earlier with the Queens pilots. They are focusing on that hero meta. They may be relying on the hero to carry and only the standard to supplement or help support their hero driver.
Awesome. Both teams clearing the field. We've got less than 20 seconds to go. We've got Billy in the chat, former Aimbots alum, giving us a solid gig'em. We have some more cheers in the chat for the Aimbots. Let's take a peek at the prediction. Make sure that you finished it out. We've got 83% of the votes going the way of Queens Knights. We'll see if that is true in round 1 of Queens Knights versus Texas Aimbots.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots.
All
and
right,
the sentry
taking a
for
look
aimbots.
at the top, you can watch those projectile counts fill as they purchase.
The sentry for Texas Aimbots having a power limit issue.
Uh-oh, Queens Knights out first, getting early victory points. The standard dealing chip damage to the hero, forcing Texas A&M back.
The hero for Texas A&M trying to poke around that corner, but trying to be very careful. They don't want to result in an early death that could give the advantage to Queens Knights.
2 of the bots from both sides making good motion. Queens Knights, their sentry did leave the base. As Texas A&M sentry makes it up on top of the ramp.
It is not able to find those Queens Knights robots, though. It is just sitting there, and it's about to take a tip.
It's going off the edge, and it high setters and tips. Texas Aimbots, their sentry will now be spawn killed ad nauseum for victory points. And it's their hero that goes down first. Oh no, Steven, this is a worst case scenario for Texas A&M. Not able to lose a round. They tried the aggressive play. Not only do they have a sitting duck, but it's their human-driven robots that are taken out first. And now 75 points behind. I'm not sure A&M will be able to bring this one back.
They're going to need that hero to really step up here. The sentry still trying to move, though, interestingly enough. However, it is not locking onto those robots. It frees itself.
The sentry back down on the ground. This is huge. If it can just move some, navigate to a different part of the map. Spinning, this is awesome. If it can start spinning, it will take less damage and be less of a free gift basket of victory points for Queens Knights.
Right, you don't want that sentry to be farmed for those kills. The hero now for Texas A&M trying to push the center, taking some massive damage though.
Texas A&M takes that hero shot to the face and is trying to run. Barrel overheat. You can see from the icon on the top of his head, left to the left 50 health, down to the last 40 HP, getting chased back. Will make it to the base without falling. Great driving.
The infantry for Texas A&M not doing a whole lot of damage right now. It is just the hero.
3 minutes to spare. That's only 180 victory points without any kills. The aimbots need to make a move, and they need to make it now. 78 seconds left. 76 seconds left if they can't get the Queens Knights off that center point.
And you will see critically, the infantry still has not purchased any ammunition. It is just the hero. Texas A&M is going all in, hoping that this hero can carry them to victory. But right now, Queens Knights with firm control.
The hero for Texas A&M gets a kill. Those hero projectiles, like you called out, another lands onto the red hero for Queens. Texas A&M, they need to land one more. They can land another hero. The power outage, this is their chance. The chassis cannot move for Queens Knights for a few number of seconds. Texas A&M not seizing the moment. Queens Knights now able to move again. A&M's gimbal not moving. The hero paused. Deer in the headlights froze at the clutch moment. They get center point taken.
And now the infantry for Texas A&M getting into the fight, finally purchasing some ammunition. It needs to put some aggression on that infantry from Queens, though.
Steven, the center point is not enough. A&M needs to get some kills. Queens Knights putting on the pressure. 38 seconds left to go if A&M does nothing, but they won't even get that. Another kill for Queens Knights as the last 12 seconds and A&M's chance at getting out of groups fades before their eyes. It's Queens Knights Robotics team for round 1 in less than half the game time.
Really impressive performance there from Queens. They put on that early aggression, taking control of the point, not letting up the pressure at all. Great job. You can see here the damage numbers just completely destroying A&M from that perspective. 2,000 damage to only 900, 3 kills to 1. 21 hero projectiles fired for Queens Knights, 27 for A&M. They tried to use their hero to carry. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
It looked like they had some mechanical issues, maybe some communication issues. There were all sorts of moments there where you expected A&M to be able to seize and capitalize on their turn, right? We talk a lot about the strategy of the game. This game happens in turns. You have tempo, then you have to give it away so you retreat, then it's the other team's turn. There was a point in the game where Queens Knights was in the lead, but their hero overpowered. The hero makes the MVP screen, deservedly so. Those projectiles they landed, the double kill they got, absolutely phenomenal from Queens Knights. Cheers erupting from the crowd. A&M now going into round 2, fighting to show that this isn't fully representative of the effort and sweat and tears that they put into their bots this year.
You're right. At this point now for A&M, it's about their pride. They are going to try to showcase all the hard work that they put in over the semester and try to showcase, something good, something positive to look forward to for next season.
That's right. And, I mean, they still are in the 1v1s. They've got other bracket matches going. This is still good driver practice. It's still good, functionality testing, reliability testing in the pilot seat of the red standard. You can see them going through that check, those safety checks now, making sure the functionality's there. Yeah, Steven, what a round. That was fast.
Very, very fast. You saw early on the Queens Knights Robotics team, all 3 robots coming out of the gate, taking control of the center and forcing the defensive posture from A&M.
Yeah, A&M Sentry going up the ramp. I'm pretty sure that someone in the ARC Discord said there was a cash bounty for getting your Sentry to go up onto that elevated ramp. So we'll see if what aimbots did qualified. Oh man, what an emotional roller coaster. Going up on the ramp, the Sentry moving, I thought maybe that was it. Maybe the CV would come online and the aimbots would just start dominating.
Yeah, you saw that Sentry running up there. It looked like it was going to take a second to lock on, but then it just kept spinning around, rotating that head. And then the critical moment, it fell off the side of that ramp, high centering itself. It got back on its feet, but at that point, it was too late.
I honestly think that if it was me, if I was the driver of the hero or the standard, having your Sentry fall, having your driver call that out, you're going to turn, you're going to look, you're going to go, oh no, what do we do now? Do we need to defend the Sentry? And that's actually the moment that we saw Queens get first blood against, I believe, the Texas A&M hero. I wonder if it was the chaos, the unexpected, drama of the Sentry tipping over that caused the distraction for the hero to stand there and end up getting taken out in the middle.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. This is going to be the second round now in 15 seconds. Queens Knights Robotics Club, if they can take this victory, I'm pretty sure they will lock up their spot as the number 2 team in Group B.
Oh boy. All right, McFalcons, Texas A&M, and Queens Knights, all of their fates tied up in this one match going into round 2.
Alrighty, here, let's get it started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots.
Let's see if this Queen Knight Sentry can make it into the active portion of the field. It did move in round 1, but I believe just up to their top corner.
And once again, the hero for Texas A&M being very careful. The Sentry for Texas A&M also going up onto the high ground, that little ramp part, but it is not locking onto those red robots.
It's starting to take a little bit of chip damage from Red Standard 3, who's going to overheat. The hero now for Queens Knight also overheating.
Texas A&M landing a hero shot on the McMaster hero, being able to push it away. Now it has to retreat. The infantry for the Queens Knights Robotics Club, though, doing a lot of work against that Tamu hero, keeping it away from that center point.
The hero from Texas A&M getting chunked down. And again, the Sentry tries to drive off the edge, but it makes it. It was intentional all along. A&M Sentry is a little bit stuck, but not as stuck.
It's still stuck a little bit. You can see those wheels trying to move, trying to get it free. And
Texas
now
A&M's
the hero
eats another hero shot, and a follow-up damage from the standard takes him out.
and the hero for Queens, as we pointed out in that interview, the meta, their focal point, it is doing a lot of work right now.
Notably, Texas A&M Standard that I was speaking so highly of previously, struggling to get involved in the match, comes out of the base, takes a few shots. The hero for Texas A&M lands a shot just before Queens Knight gets a triple kill.
And now Texas A&M getting a kill onto the Queens hero. That is a little bit of benefit right now, but right now they can't do anything. They're not pushing the center. They're not able to control it. The Sentry is just a free XP bag at this point.
Yeah, Red Standard 3 just waiting for that invulnerability to fall off of the Sentry. And now it will. You can see that gold aura around its health bar that's gone, meaning it is now vulnerable to damage, still unable to move. It's going to be easily chipped away with 42 victory points left. Queens Knights stacking the victory point differential just in case they end up in a tiebreaker situation.
Yeah, and for Texas A&M, you see the hero trying its best, but unable to really impact the match at all. Running into the standard, backing up into it right there. That is having some serious issues now with both power and overheat flags.
Queens Knights with another kill. One of our fastest matches of the competition. Almost entirely kill-based, I must think.
Yeah,
Probably
this one was
5, 6, 7 kills.
We'll have to see it on the last victory screen, the stats that pop up right now. But yes, Queens Knights Robotics Club showcasing that their hero is here to play. It is here to compete with some of the better teams that we have seen. You said it, 5 kills right there to 1. Very nice, very dominant victory from Queens. 1,800 damage, 14 hero projectiles launched. Very strong performance.
The hero kill for Texas A&M was awesome.
Yeah.
It was 2 hero projectiles taking a robot out from a great distance. Really impressive hero shots, but too little, too late. The standard from A&M not able to get involved in the fight, not able to put any rounds down range, really not posing much of a threat. 1,300 damage behind. Again, the hero for Queens, still the MVP of the round,
Well
MVP
deserved.
of the match. Excellently played by Queens. They told me exactly what they were going to do, standing right next to the A&M team in that interview in the inspection pits. They said, Preston, our strategy is to take the hero and to play aggressive. And by golly, they took the hero and they aggressed.
Yeah,
and
for
it paid
sure.
off big time.
Yeah, definitely. And you'll notice now, Queens Knights, with that 2-0 victory, has probably secured their spot out of Group B. Their only remaining opponent is Fang, sitting at the bottom of the group. They have forfeited all of their 3v3 matches. So if it were to stand this way, CU Robotics and Queens Knights would get out of Group B.
A crazy group. Like you said, still Queens Knights versus Fang for tomorrow. There's another evening. We've seen Fang now win a 1v1, so there is potential for some craziness to happen. A lot of these engineers are putting in big effort every night. We're starting to see it. We're on day 2 or 3 of the matches. We're on day like 4 or 5 of the competition. The sleepless nights are starting to catch up if you've had to do them repeatedly. But if Fang can pull off something crazy, maybe that group gets shaken back up. But like you've said, for now, it looks like it's going to be CU and Queens Knights out of Group B.
Yeah, McMaster right now praying to Fang, hopefully that they can deliver and get them out of this group. Our next matchup will be Air UW versus the Boiler Bots. That one is coming up shortly. You can see here our group standings. If you want to follow along, just go on to lightning.arc-robotics.org. You can check out the live schedule as well as these live group standings. So check that out. Alrighty, looks like our next match will be happening at 7:25, so in about 10 minutes here. So what do you want to see out of Air UW? Because we've seen some really, really strong teams so far at ARC Season 1. I think much stronger than we've seen Air UW in the past.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, we've chatted about it offline a little bit. UW, obviously a storied history in this competition, has done a great job for many years, and seems to follow a similar pattern. They have a very active team. They do a great job of building team synergy and participation. They bring a lot of team members with them, and that enables them to offload some of that like mental weight that other teams are having to carry a lot of, right? They have other team members helping them move things and drive things and get food and just handle a lot of the minutia that comes along with running a team. We see UW progress throughout the competition every single year. I'm not gonna get pulled into it, Steven. You can't trick me into saying that UW doesn't look so strong this year. I feel like I say it every Wednesday, every year.
Okay. Okay. Then how about this question from
Yeah.
the Boilerbots, our host team? The host curse obviously affecting them. I think at this point, it's fair to say. What do you want to see out of them in this
Yeah.
next matchup?
So they, I believe, forfeited their first match.
Yep.
Then they've been playing their 3v3 matches. I'm really excited for them. I'm glad they're able to get through inspection and field robots that are functional. I hope that in this game, if UW is still a 2v2 team, if they don't have that sentry up and doing its crazy, scary UW sentry double-headed dragon thing, that the Boilerbots maybe are able to get some kills. If they could get a tie, that would be awesome. I think not only would that shake up the bracket some and be really cool, it also would be a big point of pride for the Boilerbots.
Yeah, well, we talked about the three-way tie potential from Group B. In Group C, this group that we're looking at next, there's also some really close matchups. You've got Air UW, Team Ascension, and Team Roboto.
Yes, we do. And, I mean, watching AR UW for so many years, there is a very short list of teams who have taken a round off of UW. Roboto joining that list this year, excellent for them, right? Super cool, really, I'm sure they're very proud of it. The chat's gone crazy for them. Boilerbots trying to join that group as well. And I mean, all of those teams would be awesome to see out of groups. I would love to see Roboto get out of groups. I think they've got 3 functional bots that I would love to see in that 8-team knockout bracket. UW, 2 functional bots, 2.5 maybe. The Sentry's been there for some of their games, but always bring the fire. Would love to have them in our 8-team bracket.
It would
SFU,
be really cool.
doing
SFU.
great. Would love to see them in our 18 bracket. This group is a little bit stacked. I'm really excited to see who makes it out. I think whoever makes it out is going to be a competitor in the knockouts.
They will definitely have put in the practice against all the strong teams that are in their own group. I think so far there is no question that the strongest team overall is still UBC, Pacific Spirit. But I would definitely look at Group C, whoever comes out of there, for the potential second place spot because they are putting in a lot of work.
Whoa, Steven, you're already talking about who's going to be second. I agree that UBC has been leading. If you guys go back, you can go and click, on the Twitch. You can just go over to videos and you'll see our past broadcasts. You can watch them there. We'll get them moved over to YouTube for you in the next few days. But UBC has been crushing. If you've been missing it, they've had 3 functional bots pretty much every round. They've looked really, really strong. But I think the other teams are warming up. CU looked pretty weak early, and now is looking better. Their standard is performing like we expect CU standard to.
That's a fair point. I will note, though, that Virginia Tech can no longer field a Sentry. Unfortunately, they have lost the computational unit, so they're without that 3rd robot. Our champions from last year, our reigning champs, only rocking with an infantry and a hero for the rest of the competition.
Chat is letting me know that the 1v1 stream is having some issues. Chat, thank you for the heads up. We'll get someone over there to fix that for you. If you are wondering where they're even looking at this 1v1 stream that's having issues, you can check out our 1v1 stream on YouTube. We have double live streams on YouTube, so make sure you go to the live tabs. You can find both of them. You can watch this there. You can watch 1v1s there as well. There's some great matches between a lot of these younger teams battling it out, in addition to some of the really impressive, more mature teams as well, duking it out for that top slot.
Yeah, I really like seeing the 1v1 teams because personally I used to commentate the 1v1 and they're very quick, very exciting. There is no break, no pauses in the action at all. It is just go, 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 and they're only 2 minutes long, so it happens so quickly.
Ben, can we switch over to the top-down view of the field? Steven, I want to ask you real quick, as the 1v1 commentator, do you feel like the maze, so that's that long wall, short wall combo, do you feel like the corners of the maze make this play out a lot like 1v1?
It's definitely very interesting to watch the teams who go into the maze. I feel like sometimes they get a little bit claustrophobic in there. Those walls are very close together, only 1 meter apart. And so that is very close to the measurement for 1v1, if not the same measurement exactly. So yes, you are exactly right. They use that maze very similar to how they move around the walls in 1v1.
And I mean, we've watched a lot of 1v1 games where not only do you peek corners, but because your armor panel is in the very front of your bot, centered along an axis of symmetry, so it ends up being right in front of your nose, there's often a scenario where you sit with your barrel parallel to the length of the wall, and you kind of peek, and they peek as well because you're covering your armor panel. You can peek out, take some shots. And we've been seeing that this year with enemy teams going into, oh my gosh, we're in 1v1. Y'all can see what we're talking about right now. That's Team Ascension on the left. And is that Team Roboto on the right?
No, that is Team North Star from the University of Minnesota.
Oh, thank you. Excellent, Steven. So good at the robot recognition. If you were a CV, I'd put you on my Sentry.
Aw, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, 1v1. You can see these two walls off center, just like the walls are not aligned, just like they are in 3v3. And you're going to get to see these robots duke it out across the wall as our cameraman braves the scary cage of 1 versus 1.
Yeah, you see the camera. There is also a hand attached to that camera right now inside of the 1v1 field. So thank you to our cameraman for getting us this footage.
Yeah, hopefully it stays that way. Team Ascension, I love the plushies that they use to make it look like someone is zooming around holding on the back of a turret, just unleashing projectiles at their opponent. It's very fun, especially since their robots perform so well. It's just comical.
Right out the gate, Team North Star with the early aggression, trading shots back and forth with Team Ascension. Neither team landing any critical damage at this point, though.
Both teams really being patient. This is a time-based tournament. You
And
only
now
get a certain amount of time, both teams going in again, trading.
Ascension trying to flank North Star, but North Star coming right at Team Ascension, not afraid at all. Now they are going around to circle behind them. Wow, great movement by Team Ascension. North Star doesn't know where they are. They are looking behind them. That is not where Ascension is. Ascension moving very quickly around this map.
They are, but you can see their barrel going purple. Ascension now literally running circles around North Star, but North Star not getting taken, not losing their cool. Able to get back in the swing of things, get back to circling the map.
Nice and composed from North Star. And now those purple barrels glowing again for Ascension. That is not a good sign. You can see the health bar ticking down a little bit above half, but North Star also suffering. Looks like their health bar is a little bit below half at this point. Team Ascension trying to move in and finish this one off, and they do. They get the victory in this round against North Star.
Congratulations, SFU. What a good 1v1 match that was.
I really loved seeing the movement on Showcase right here from Team Ascension. You saw them circling around North Star like a shark almost, but you pointed it out. North Star not getting shaken, maintaining their composure, just following along slowly, trying to find the weakness when Team Ascension would give them an opportunity to fight back.
I do think North Star could have benefited from a little bit of aggression. I understand SFU is a terrifying team to play against. Obviously, their standard performing extremely well this year in the 1v1s in particular. But we saw each time that barrel is purple, they're unable to fire. So if Minnesota had pushed a little bit, North Star was able to, play a bit more aggressively. I think that's where the circling was coming from, was probably letting their barrel cool off and be able to re-engage. They decided that their strategy was best to spin very quickly. We see CU and Torino here with their 1v1 bots. Perhaps on deck.
I can go ahead and check that schedule for you. Yes, it looks like Team Roboto and CU Robotics are the next 1v1 matchup over there. So go ahead and tune into that stream. Check them out. Show your support for those teams as we get a nice up-close look at that Team Roboto infantry. I love the design on that hopper.
Yeah, it's a really, really cool robot. With the orange and black, very nice. Chat, if you want to be able to look at the schedule as well, remember, you can always go to lightning.arc/robotics.org, check out the schedule. You can make your pick'ems in our fantasy tab. Once the group stage finishes, you'll be able to make your bracket predictions for 3v3 and 1v1. So make sure you look at those schedule, the standings, everything you could want to know about ARC Season 1 is all in that Lightning site.
Yeah. And right now, you can go ahead and check I believe the 1v1s will finish up on, I want to say, Saturday. So the knockout stage will all be done in one day. So Saturday is the day you want to watch. As you can see, the support for Team Roboto, always very energetic. Love to see it. The Italian flag being waved emphatically by one of their members.
If there was an award for the best online engagement, it would go to Torino.
Oh, I would have to give it to Torino, hands down.
Anytime they're playing a match, chat is going crazy. It's a whole lot of fun for us in the commentary booth. I can't understand a lot of it's in Italian, which I'm glad to see. I'm happy that they'll be able to go and look at those comments and feel the love and support from their home country and their teammates. But it is just wonderful to see the amount of people out there supporting Torino as they continue as one of our longest competing teams trying to get out of groups in the 3v3 and continuing their journey in the 1v1 as well.
Yeah, the love for Team Roboto Online is fantastic. We love the support that we receive from all of our international teams, both from Canada, Japan, as well as UBC, who was based in China for a little bit. So really like to see the growth and support that we're seeing from all around the world. It's really fun. But our next 3v3 matchup, AirUW, BoilerBots. This is a Group C matchup once again. This will be coming up in just a few minutes. I see both teams are standing on the sidelines. They're getting ready to load over. Yeah, they're getting ready. But right now, I want to talk about the 1v1 that we just saw. SFU is also in Group C.
Yeah.
Right now, they're in the lead. AirUW is trailing behind. We have not seen, I believe, SFU versus UW yet. What are your predictions for that matchup?
Steven, as things stand right now, I think ARUW takes that matchup. I think from the conversations I've had with people over meals and in hallways and on the floors of pits, I think I'm in the minority. There's a lot of support and fear, depending on which side you're on, of the SFU Ascension team and their prowess. Of course, there's a lot of respect for what ARUW has done in the past, and their performance this year has been nothing, nothing to scoff at. But I do think that in their current states, I would go with ARUW over SFU. Things change based on which team can get their sentry fielded and functional for the match.
Yeah, I would have to be part of that majority, I think, that would pick SFU currently over UW. But you pointed it out. UW always has this weird trajectory where they start the tournament a little bit slow and they just ramp up their performance as it goes on.
Taking a look at the custom controllers here. This is a neat thing that some of our teams are using. It gives you a lot more switches and buttons and options. Both on like the simulation side and of course in the actual real control side if you switch over to whatever controller you want to use. Usually we see custom controllers for things like engineers, but it is also allowed, like Torino is using, for their regular bots.
Yeah, I can't wait to see some of the custom controllers for the engineer competition that we will see later this week as well. I know some of the teams, they have built almost like robotic arm mimics for their robots that like kind of emulate the pose and position so that way they can manually control every angle and every linkage.
Chat, while this 1v1 match setup time goes, I'm going to run ads. If you want to dodge ads, you can use a tier 1 subscription, or you can use your Prime sub for free, or you can hang out in chat and hope that someone gives you a gifted sub. You'll be back before you miss any of the action. Thanks. All right, taking a look at these 1v1 bots. They're loading up again, right? So just like 3v3, no reloading allowed during the match. But that's typically not needed for these higher tier 1v1 matches. The accuracy is usually high enough that a bot is fully killed before you run out of projectiles.
Yeah, unfortunately in 1v1 you only get a max allotment of 200 projectiles, and so it is very critical to manage your ammo count. We've seen some teams pre-fire corners trying to predict the movement, and then some teams, they try to bait out the other team and kind of go them into wasting their ammunition first before they go in for the engagement.
All right, so what's your prediction, Steven? CU, an excellent standard. One of the best to ever do it. On the other side of the field, Torino started in the 1v1 pits, has made their way up to 3v3, still puts a lot of time and effort into their 1v1s, this bot looking cleaner than ever.
Yeah, CU are reigning 1v1 champions from last year, so this is going to be a heavy hitter matchup. Torino, though, has showcased some very impressive CV of their own. At this point, on the close range map, I gotta go with the speedy CU.
It's a really good prediction. I mean, their robots spin so fast. They have the fastest spin rate typically out of any of the bots in the competition. It's going to be close. I think this one's really going to come down to some driver execution. We have seen near 90% accuracy from CU in some years because of their CV and 1v1s. And if they've got that going, their anti-spin CV, shot firing predictions, then it's going to be really tough to beat. But again, if you play your tempo right, your barrel heat right, anything can happen.
Yeah, both robots loading into this 1v1 matchup. Both of these teams giving it their all. The support for CU also very strong online, I feel like.
Oh, of course. Yeah, hey, Poochies, thanks so much for the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate that. All right, you can see that CU bot spinning up. Still not full speed of the spin, but they're meeting in the far side corner. CU taking the aggression to Torino. Both trading, exchanging blows. Torino trying to get a wall between them. CU not letting it happen.
CU putting the pressure on Torino, forcing them onto the back foot. That is not where you want to be in these 1v1 situations.
Really impressive driving from Torino. They are not looking where they're going. They're driving backwards this whole time while firing projectiles, trying to aim. Really, really impressive. Definitely a more difficult task than if you're the aggressor and you can see where you're going. Half health at least still remaining for CU as Torino take it out in round 1.
Yeah, just really hard to compete with that CU infantry in a 1v1 environment, especially in a small closed space like this. That CV just so deadly at close range. And for Torino, though, I mean, really impressive performance. You mentioned it. The navigation around those barriers, I felt like was extremely clean.
Dude, that driving was so good. He was absolutely flying backwards. I mean, looking like Mater from Cars.
World's best backwards driver indeed.
Absolutely. No mirrors or anything, just zooming backwards, firing projectiles, landing them on a spinning CU robot. I mean, this is an extremely high skill performance from Torino, and still, I mean, CU's CV, their accuracy percentage, like you said, former 1v1 champs, it's going to take a miracle for some of these teams to be able to bring them down.
But love to see the support for Team Roboto still flying strong, their flag waving high. They don't know the meaning of the word sadness, I feel like. They are always so positive.
A cheerful bunch. I love the attitude that they bring to ARC Robotics for sure. It's always interesting, Steven, when some of the former champs play, you'll see a lot of UW purple start to show up, which is smart.
Yeah.
Chat, if you are on a team, we're getting cheers for UW in the chat right now. Remember that we are looking to go to a 3v3 UW match as soon as those bots are on the field. But if you're on a team right now, if you're at comp or not, make sure your team watches your matches back. We have seen a lot of teams during groups that had opportunities to take the tempo, to take leads, to gain the main point. But when you're driving, there's so many things happening. Sometimes you're driving backwards while getting chased by a robot, while another robot shoots you from the side, while your other robot jumps off a wall, you know?
Yeah, no, it's very important to watch yourself because in the moment, you don't always notice everything, right?
Yeah.
There are some things that are very easy to miss. And so when you can watch those reviews, you find out, oh, look, I could have done this instead.
Absolutely. All right, back to the 1v1. Torino in the red, CU in the blue. Round 2, it's a best of 2 in the Swiss stage of 1v1.
Looks like both teams are ready to go. You can see them spinning in opposite directions. Very interesting to see. I wonder what the logic is, whether to spin clockwise or counterclockwise.
I don't imagine there's much rhyme or reason.
Once again, CU on the early aggressive push, forcing Torino, but getting hung up on the wall.
Yep, Torino able to get the wall in between them. That's going to really help in these trades. They're able to peek the corners better, choose a little bit more on their terms when they have to face the barrel.
CU getting hung up on the wall again, slowing their spin rate down. That may be enough for Torino to land a couple more shots, but right now, CU keeping up the aggression, not letting their foot off the gas, continuing to pressure Torino around and around that one wall, now going backwards, trying to get him caught, and now getting him in the middle.
CU's got the barrel heat. Torino doesn't have it, and that's enough. Oh, man, chat, when you're watching these 1v1 matches, you could see the simulated barrel heat stack up on the side of the barrel. So if you're on the red team or the blue team, your barrel will actually fill on the side with the color of your team, indicating how much barrel heat you currently have. So full would be maximum hot, about to overheat, and empty of color would mean you have all of the, you're a fully cold barrel. You can fire as many projectiles as you like.
Yeah. And
that was an interesting match because both teams stayed at like 90% barrel heat for almost the entire match. Then you saw CU back off. They got theirs below 40%. It's not linear, if I remember correctly.
It's not.
The barrel heat cooling, if you let it cool down, it starts to cool down faster. This allows the teams to, if you can have the patience to let your barrel cool off, then they made that last final push. Torino, their barrel was at 90%. There's literally nothing he can do. His gimbal will get turned off.
Yeah, unfortunately, Torino just ran into a bit of a buzzsaw there with CU Robotics. Both of these teams ranked very high in our 1v1 standings. I've got them pulled up right now. It looks like they were the 4th and 5th place teams. So both of them still stand a good chance to make it out into the top 8 double elimination bracket. So not a big worry for either team, I would say. But, some things to consider. If you're Team Roboto, you got to worry about how do I counter that early aggression from CU. And then for CU, I would think you got to be a little bit more careful about your map awareness and how you get into the wall. But as we are loading in now to the 3v3 field, AirUW versus Boiler Bots from Purdue.
Hey, chat, one of my favorite things to do with Twitch chat is if you'll shout out the individual students that you're here supporting, I'll shout them out in person over the PA. Let me know who you're cheering for. Let me know what kiddo you're here to watch, what friend or peer you're here to watch. Aunt, uncle, acquaintance, random stranger on the internet. You saw the name on the back of their shirt. I don't care. Throw their name in chat. We got shout outs for Clark. We got UW on the field getting ready. UW versus Boiler Bots. We've talked about it already. I mean, University of Washington with this now, I mean, for a few years, iconic look with the swept, like swan's neck of their robots. Elegant but menacing.
Yeah, the UW chants roaring out in the crowd right now. The support for Air UW in person, I think, is almost as good as the online support for Team Roboto.
Oh my goodness, absolutely. So many chatters. Y'all, thanks for being here. We got Carson Taylor getting shouted out from UW. We got Clementine. We got some cheers for the Ridge Bots, for Anthony, for Kit, for Dave, for Caden, and Jillian at AR UW. I mean, it's just lots of support from their friends, their families, their teammates, their coworkers back home. Taking a look on the blue side of the field, the Boiler Bots. Using the netting to help protect all the electronics on there. This is a really compact standard.
Very, very narrow design. I will say I am a little bit concerned that all those wires are so exposed, but hopefully that netting does a good job of protecting it. You'll see here on the Sentry as well, similar situation. The wires just kind of, put around, and that is not a lot of ammunition in their Sentry.
7. I counted 7.
7 projectiles. That's not a lot.
Yeah. Not sure if that means that they don't expect the Sentry to be launching projectiles, or perhaps they're going to fill it up later, or perhaps I just shouldn't be saying anything at the beginning of the round about how many projectiles are in the back of a Sentry.
Well, we've seen in a few rounds earlier in the group stage that some teams would use their Sentry to go out and capture that central buff zone just to hold it. It wouldn't do anything, but it would hold that center buff zone for the team. That way they did not have to worry about running back and forth.
Absolutely. We've got some shout-outs in the chat for Rory at AR UW as well. One of the other options, Steven, for why a team might bring a Sentry onto the field that is not as functional as you might expect. To be able to play your 3v3 round, you need to bring 2 bots that can pass inspection. That means they are safe, they are legal, the referee system works so that they're able to integrate with the game. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have CV that works and is going to launch projectiles. So when you have a 2-bot team, sometimes you bring a Sentry because you want to get your standard out there. You want to get your driver practice. You want to enjoy the competition.
Yeah, and for Air UW, they're looking to really test these robots of theirs. They're all 3, the Hero, the Infantry, and the Sentry. You can see 1, 3, and that little Sentry emblem right there. I really want to see a mobile and effective Sentry from UW.
Absolutely. It'll give us a bit more insight the day before things really start to ramp up for the difficulty of competition that these top teams are facing.
And we will see how that goes in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots.
All right, all eyes on the Sentry of the University of Washington.
Oh, the Infantry for the University of Washington trying to go up that ramp, almost tipping over, but it saved itself. Now moving down, the Hero for University of Washington taking control of the center, early control. Purdue's Infantry, that blue 3 robot, going up onto the ramp on their side, not making it up, trying to maybe get a long-range shot on the Hero for University of Washington so as not to expose itself. But here in the maze, it is met by the University of Washington standard.
That standard from UW, making a really nice trade, chunking through about 1/5 of the HP from Purdue. Purdue makes a quick little retreat back to their base. Is going to take another negative volley, but actually takes the better end of that trade. Overheats their barrel, but is able to do about a 6 of damage to the University of Washington. Purdue heals back up, peeks back out.
And now coming out, trading again with the University of Washington, winning the trade again.
Great job from Purdue. They're losing victory points because they don't have control of the center, but it's a 1v2. So they're doing well to continue the poke game, playing defensively from their side of the map.
And they are keeping their armor panels angled towards the enemy right there. That is making it very hard for the University of Washington to land any of those shots. As you can see, the Hero missing 1, 2, 3 projectiles.
Yeah, absolutely. A barrel heat cooling back down for Purdue. They're going to make another peek. Another shot missed by the University of Washington. UW out of projectiles. They're now sitting. They're going to take a little bit of damage. That Hero plenty tanky. Eats up 60, 80, another 100 HP. Purdue pushes for the point.
Purdue taking the point now. They are in control. Slowly chipping down from University of Washington, but having to back off as the Infantry for the University of Washington comes back in to support.
UW chasing, making its rounds. Can they get there before it heals up? They know better. They turn around. They understand that standard from Purdue healed back up immediately.
The standard for Purdue making its way back out onto the field. Again, keeping those armor panels angled towards
Close
the enemy.
shot from the hero, and another bounces off the plating around the armor panels from Purdue.
Purdue may have found a weakness in the CV code of University of Washington. They are not able to land many shots on this Purdue infantry.
Yeah, this hero now, I think, passing the 10 projectiles mark, 0 for 10.
And now a projectile landing from the hero, but only counting at 17 millimeter.
Purdue doing a good job playing around their barrel heat. They're poking out, they're doing damage. I know they're not getting a lot of victory points out of it, but I'm not sure that there's really another option for them in a 1v2 against bots from UW. If they go out there and really go for the center point, I would assume that they'll lose that 2v1.
I would assume as well, and I think that's why Purdue is staying far away. They're hoping to maybe chunk down.
Ooh, a landed hero shot from the University of Washington sends Purdue standard back to the base.
And now the hero wanting more, trying to chunk out the
standard
Purdue
from
standard before
UW is
things get
there.
But it loses that trade, going down to half health. Again, Purdue winning these trades against the University of Washington infantry.
Purdue peeking the corner. He's got this playbook down, doing a lot of damage. This may have worked in previous years, Steven. When you're able to get all the way up to level 10, dealing damage, giving that XP, Purdue has dealt a ton of damage, but is not getting the victory points that they need.
And I can't help but wonder what this would be like if Purdue had a second bot on the field right now, able to take control and put pressure
hero
on.
shot lands for the University of Washington. They've got one more projectile in the chamber. They make the chase, and they miss. Now getting traded back down. Purdue's standard has to hit their barrel heat limit. Needs to cool back down, running really low on HP. Would this be the first kill of the standard for this game? He's played so safe. He makes it back to the corner, makes
one
it
more
around
shot.
the base. Oh, and he goes down.
The infantry for Purdue not able to get back to the base on time. Unfortunately, that was just a little too far. I think they went a little bit too deep on that
Well
aggression.
played by Purdue with one bot, but the University of Washington is not going to let this slip through their fingers. Doing a great job of keeping the point the entire game and letting it play out as the University of Washington takes round one.
Wow, really impressive showing from Purdue. I feel like they were able to keep University of Washington on their toes, forcing them to continuously engage and still winning the trade against two robots.
Yeah. Steven, I'm not really sure what Purdue needs to do differently. With one bot versus two, you can't really go all the way in. They were poking as hard as they could, 800 damage, way more than half of the damage dealt by the University of Washington, even though they only had half the bots. An excellent performance from Boiler Bots, but with only one functional bot, you're not going to take out the champions.
Yeah,
from UW.
And for UW, I'm looking at that one number on the bottom, 27 42 millimeter projectiles launched. I think I only saw maybe 2, 3 land. So that to me is a big concern if I'm the University of Washington, especially considering the amount of robots that I have to go up against. As I say that, the hero for the University of Washington getting the MVP.
This is why he wasn't landing the shots. He doesn't have a head.
Yeah, you know, it's just part of that, right?
No, the hero did a great job. They were able to land a few big consequential projectiles. Those hero projectiles dealing 10 times the damage of a standard projectile means that even when you only land a couple out of your 27, it still gives you the damage and the kills to get that MVP slot. Great job to the University of Washington, to their hero and their standard both. Well played. We got some shout outs for DDG, which is Divya the GOAT, and W Dubs Up, Jaren over at the University of Washington. Oh, look at that. There's the hero driver. Excellent. Glad to see him. Well played by the University of Washington. Notably, Steven, we did not see the Sentry make an appearance. We see the humans now on the field getting involved, but the Sentry for UW still not functional. They've really got one more night where that's okay.
Yeah, I think if you're going to make it out of the group stage, you can do so without a Sentry. We've seen the other teams in the Group C, specifically SFU, only fielding an infantry and a hero as well. However, I think if you're wanting to progress beyond the group stage, maybe to that top 4, you got to have all 3 robots functioning and dialed in.
Yeah, there's too many teams with good functional sentries that drive, that shoot, that retreat. You won't be able to make it past those UBCs, the RHITs, teams of that caliber that have 3 functional bots with 2 functional bots with any kind of consistency in the knockout state.
Yeah, and for UW, I think that they are really trying to showcase that they are still one of the titans of this competition, that they are still a threat for the title. So for them, this is as much about the competitive spirit as it is a prideful component because, hey, UW won for 4 straight years, right? Only losing last year to VT, the first time that they did not win the 3v3 tournament. So for them, they want to get back there. They want to get back to the top of that mountain. They want to be able to lift that trophy above their heads and say, we are still the #1 team in ARC.
Absolutely. You can see the Sentry did lock on to that blue demo armor panel there from the University of Washington before they left the field. 17 seconds to go. Cheers in the crowd. Cheers in the chat. Guys, thanks for being here. University of Washington versus the Boiler Bots, who is putting up a fight. That Standard is making this a fun and engaging game for everyone. They're making sure that UW doesn't get these points for free as we dive into round 2.
And critically, I think UW started to figure it out towards the end of that first round. If they get in close against the Purdue infantry, they can navigate around to the side where those armor panels are easier to hit.
Yeah, with a 2v1, right, you kind of can bum rush them if you push in there.
All right, in 3, 2, 1.
Bring
on the bots.
University of Washington erupts in cheers
as the
Sentry makes its way to that center point. This is the University of Washington that needs to be there for knockouts. It takes possession of the point. UW goes crazy. It steps out for a second, but makes it back into the square.
Critically, though, okay, there it goes. Now it is registering. Now taking control of that center point, picking those victory points off of Purdue. Infantry, again, trading against the University of Washington across those ramps. Doing a little bit more damage, but the Hero landing a long-range shot. And the infantry trying to close it in, pushing the infantry for Purdue back to its base to heal up.
Boiler Bot's got to be very careful in a 3v1. The Sentry for the University of Washington not to be trifled with. The Hero landing shots making up for missed time in round 1. Purdue trying to trade from that same corner, but getting chased down. The Standard has a lot more freedom. Now that the Sentry's going to hold that center point, they don't lose out on any victory points by playing more aggressive.
Yeah, and you can see the infantry for Purdue still trying to poke around the barrier, not wanting to expose itself too much, but it is still under
the
threat.
Standard burst fire from the University of Washington, chunking down Purdue down to less quarter health, makes it back with less than 50 HP to spare.
And the University of Washington landing a hero shot, almost taking it down inside of its own resupply zone. The infantry for Purdue
pushing back towards the center. The University of Washington, oh my goodness. Fun little stoppie at the bottom of the ramp. Very impressive, very impressive.
University of Washington just keeping ourselves on our toes.
We got a projectile overspeed and an overheat icon above the Purdue Standard's head. But he's playing defensively enough that that's not a problem. That driver is able to wait out those penalties and continue firing from his poke corner.
And the Sentry for University of Washington locking onto that infantry for Purdue, launching a few projectiles, not landing anything just yet, but right now it is still keeping control of that center. That is all University of Washington needs to do at this
point.
There
it is. The Sentry now dealing some damage for the University of Washington. Big cheers, 75 projectiles launched from their bot. This is a team that could make it really far in the knockouts.
The University of Washington infantry pushing that blue 3 robot all the way back. It is getting dangerously low and it not moving, and the Hero taking the kill.
This is a much improved Hero accuracy performance from the University of Washington in round 2. That first shot landed was not a fluke, able to follow it up, get the kill, and now is doing a good job of supporting their Sentry, holding the center point, giving themselves some options for who can step out. The Sentry occasionally leaving the RFID zone, not as big of a deal.
Yeah, and the Hero launching one projectile. Now the Purdue infantry moving up to the high ground, trying to get a different vantage point, but that also makes those armor panels a little bit easier to see for the University of Washington robots.
That red Standard 3 is very tall. Is able to peek over the corner. Overspeed projectile for Purdue means they can't fire for a second. It's got the Sentry and the Standard locked onto them. They're surviving, but eventually they have to leave behind the wall. They're falling low on HP, make it down the ramp and back to the base.
University of Washington not letting Purdue get a grip on this match at all, trying to hold it 100%. They still have not lost a single victory point.
The Sentry for the University of Washington retreats, cheers erupt. It almost made it back. You can note by the fact that it hasn't healed, that it did not make it all the way back to the base. It's going to try again, perhaps. Right. That's a very high health retreat from the University of Washington.
Very high health, and right now the Hero for the University of Washington exchanging blows with the infantry for Purdue. Now the infantry for University of Washington taking over. The Sentry
going up the side. It's a pincer maneuver from the Standard and the Sentry from the University of Washington. They meet Purdue on the high ramp and start dealing blows from both sides. Falling very low, Purdue's got to leave, but that's just going to expose them to even more projectiles. Purdue goes down for the win, the University of Washington.
Well done from the University of Washington, addressing the issues that were plaguing them in that first round. The Hero, much more accurate. The Sentry getting involved. Great stuff to see.
Absolutely insane. MVP again, the hero from the University of Washington. I mean, well done. The damage dealt has got to have been very impressive this round, landing so many projectiles. Well played from the University of Washington. Well played from Purdue. It's tough to go out there as a single standard driver knowing you're about to face the champs themselves with 3 bots, but had his courage and did their best.
Yeah, I think they did a good job showcasing that, hey, you can still fight against a team that is a giant and a staple of ARC Robotics like Air UW. You just need a little bit of strength, and you know what? I like that because it shows the teams that no one's invincible, right? Everyone's got a weakness. You just got to find out how to exploit it.
Yeah, and the University of Washington is probably going to get a bit more sleep tonight now that they've seen their Sentry drive, they've seen their Sentry shoot, deal damage accurately, and retreat. That's pretty much all you can ask a Sentry to do.
Yeah, and for the University of Washington, setting themselves up nicely to place second in Group C. Nothing confirmed yet, but they put themselves in the running to get out of that group. They still have a match against Team Ascension, as well as, I believe, Team Ridgebots. So, two more matches for the University of Washington. Still a chance for them to secure their spot out, but it's going to be close.
All the UW supporters in chat excited to see 3 functional bots, saying that UW low-key ate and left no crumbs. Steven, I'm an old unk, but I understand that means that UW did good.
I mean, I don't understand that quite myself, but I'm going to assume it was positive reinforcement.
Yeah,
for the
great job
team.
to the University of Washington. I'm glad that there were no crumbs left on their plate. Well done. Just absolutely smashing success there. Really reinvigorating that hope, right? Helping out Preston look like he knows what he's talking about from an ARC perspective. There were some questions, some murmurs about AR UW in their first couple performances where they didn't have 3 bots.
I think it's safe to say the rumors of UW's demise have been grossly exaggerated.
Absolutely. They do this every year. They show up, they've got 2 bots that are working great, the Sentry is a question mark, and then they swoop up and suddenly become a contender.
Classic UW.
Classic UW. Taking a look at the schedule for tomorrow, this was our last night match of the night. Excuse me, Steven. Nice and early night for us here in the field. It'll let the students have time to go fix those bots, tune those systems, maybe even get a little bit of sleep. Because tomorrow morning we have RHIT Thornbots versus Nagoya, NYU Ultraviolet versus University of California, San Diego, Triton Robotics, RoboGrinder, Polystar, Northstar, Aero 404, etc., etc. Please tune in. You can check the full schedule on lightning.arc/robotics.org. For 3v3 and 1v1, you can find these streams on Twitch and on YouTube. Guys, thank you so much for being here and for hanging out. We really appreciate it. And again, big thanks to our sponsors as well. Manifold Tech, Mugen. They're here in the venue in person. If you are a student and you're participating and you're here and you want to go talk to them about how the skills you've developed at ARC Robotics is going to help transfer over to the workforce. They do a lot of great work in industry in similar fashion to what we have learned in ARC Robotics teams. So go check those people out. Thank you so much for supporting all of these engineers in their educational journeys.
Yep, it's been a great night. We'll hope to see y'all bright and early tomorrow, so y'all tune in.
Bye.
Changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field. And it's incredible to see just the ideas and the concepts that they come up with. I like it when teams bring the crazy ideas. I love seeing the new robot designs. It's always fun to see. And in my opinion, that's what makes the competition worth watching. You have COD championships, you have Fortnite championships, you have League of Legends. All of these games have some level of violence or war theme to them. But it's just a game. Part of RoboMaster that maybe brings in some fear is that it's no longer just a game, it's actually real. Which is to say, it's a physical concept that you can see, that you can touch. These robots exist.
I would love to stay involved with RoboMaster. I think it's really cool. Competition makes me really excited. I think the people are really good. I didn't have any friends when I got to college because I graduated from a really small school, and then nobody came to UCSD except for me. And then I joined Triton Robotics, and I was like, oh, these are my friends now. So all my friends pretty much came from Triton Robotics, and I think even the ones that didn't, Triton Robotics helped me kind of form that social ability to kind of like talk to people and make friends, and so allowed me to kind of be more open with other people in turn. So robotics is kind of huge for me.
I know for a lot of the operators, we work ourselves so tirelessly because we want to put on a good competition. We want to put on a good competition for not just the teams here, but for ourselves. It's a point of pride almost. And so when we can put on a competition of this scale, just as volunteers in our spare time basically, not compensated, but out of love, then I think that goes to show just how dedicated we are to this competition and to its growth.
I'd always been curious about robotics. After joining this team, it really opened my eyes to how much I enjoy it, like working with a team, working on 3D modeling. It's nice to be able to find that passion, and it makes me hopeful for the future.
It's a lot of pressure when, you know, I guess 5-6 members entire year's work, and then they build this robot. Their entire year's work depends on me. I really, you know, every time before going to match, I would feel nervous, feel anxious. What if I break the robot? What if, you know, we lose the match? Once the competition starts, once the clock starts ticking, then, you know, I get in my mode. I don't think about anything else but winning.
One of my biggest mistakes about robotics is not doing it sooner, because I had no plans on doing robotics in college at all. I just kind of got into it by chance, and then I realized that I liked it.
I spend like 90% of my time on robotics, and yeah, it's just amazing. I really feel this is the best learning experience.
I hope that it stays in my future because same with Jason, I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's rewarding to spend a bunch of time on something and then you put your robot into a match and then it actually works. Especially yesterday's match against CU, that was like the most fun I've had in a long time in this club. So it was so fun.
It's gonna be exciting for robotics in the next 10 years.
You're going to see a lot of changes in the North American competition in terms of who runs the show. Some of the newer teams that have entered the competition, CU, VT, RHIT, these teams are innovating year after year. They're bringing something new to the field, and it's incredible to see.